everybody. I am way behind. This is my lunch that I'm having right now. A little bit of a Biscoff on untoasted bread. That's unpleasant. Ugh. I got caught up in doing a recording. I did a recording just before now. If anybody is looking forward to a new build and race, there is one coming out later this week. Alright, I do have a new thumbnail. I must have just forgotten to put it in. Nice spot, by the way. Also doesn't have the thing. I had to rush so goddamn quickly. Yeah, I made a bunch of mistakes. Oh dear. We go. Of course, got to turn monetization on. For some reason, that turns off every single time. And, alright. Ads are on, so now you can all get lovely ads. I'm sorry. But I need to make money somehow. I mean, Crownless is here supporting me. Anybody notice that Crownless has got the green color and the bow tie? Yes. Now I have to wash this out of my mouth, because it's like, I'm like a dog with peanut butter stuck on the top of their mouth now. Welcome, Swagbucks. Thank you for the cool name. Love it. Beambreaker, welcome. Crownless, as said, welcome to the stream. Revhang, welcome to the stream, bro. Exilic, how's it going? Skiddaboo. Got that name. Just make it completely skiddabub. Skiddabub. Who else we got in here? We got Julian, sorry, I mean. Welcome to the stream, FlameZ and Chris Games. How's everyone doing? I am flustered. I am 110% flustered right now. Just not the fact that you used last week's thumbnail. Do you at least test older cars than this? I mean, we got a car from the 60s here. In fact, actually, I think we got 3 cars from the 60s. So, I mean, they get fairly old. What's the oldest you can go in automation? What, like 1945 or something? I mean, we don't often see cars from there. We got scuffed this week. It's a proper stream now. I mean, my microphone's working and I had music playing. What more do you want from me? I was meant to have like proper ultra-wide working this week, but apparently it's still not working the way it should work. And I don't know how it's still not correct. Whatever. Remember YouTube Plus, so I don't have ads. Good! Everyone else suffer in your jocks until you pay me money. I'm joking. I have returned to cause more confusion. Alright, great, Chris Games? Sure. 30 seconds? What's 30 seconds? I'm confuzzled. Exige! Bonjour, monsieur. Doesn't like you. Ah, okay, yeah. It should now be the new thumbnail if YouTube will update it. Hold on, let me have a look. It should be updated if you go to my YouTube channel. Yes, good. Okay, for the normal thing, it is updated. Oh, don't want that playing. Nope, don't want that playing. There we go. Okay, back to the right tab. Why does that blue car remind me of a Dodge Challenger? Really? That reminds you of a Dodge Challenger? Hold on. That reminds you of a Dodge Challenger? I'm joking, I know which one you meant. You meant that one. Haha, I'm teasing. No, you meant that one. Nothing like a Dodge Challenger. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you're a crazy man. Okay. What is that, Flamesy? Oh, have you just... Hi! We got a new channel member! Yay! Hopefully they picked the most expensive version. Which one is that? Hold on. I need to have a quick look because I kind of keep coming back to this and keep leaving it because I just... It seemed too daunting to do this. Let's... No, that's not the right one. That's the right one. Memberships. Do I see my own tiers and what their names are? I do want to thank people though. Ringu being the first one. Ringu has a few cars in this week as well. Crownless. And now Flamesy, thank you very much, sir. How do I see what my tiers are? Membership offers. No. No. Hold on. How do I... Membership levels. Edit. There we go. Hold on, is that the full name of the full 86? Is that what I named it? Oh dear God, no. Anyway, that's a thing you guys can look up. I think he meant the one to the right. You think he meant the one to the right, do you now? Welcome to the basement, I mean 86s. Nice. Do you also test older cars from Reddit? Is it because I send mine in twice and I have to remove it because of a JBeam bug? I only pull from the last week. Unless there's like not enough cars, sometimes I'll go to the week prior if there is. If not, I'll just leave and we'll just do less cars. And if we get 2 fewer cars, then what we'll do... The $69.99 is too good? Yeah, I know, right? I wanted to have the top tier be $86, but hold on, let me show you something that really irritates me. So we'll just go to like add a level here for a second, edit, and select price. It goes $149, $399, $499, $599, it goes all of these sorts of prices. And then it goes in like its own increments of like, what's basically $25, $30, $30, sorry, then it goes 40, then 50, then 60, then 70, then 80. Like, there's no... I can't put in my own custom amount. That is not an option for me. I hated that. Can I can't remove that, can I? Great, let's just... Discard changes? Yes, please. Good. Okay. Yeah. That irritated me to no end. So the only other option was $69.99. You make 70 bucks price tag? Wow. I mean, it was 69. I had to. And that's only for like the top tier. That's like, there's the cheap ones, which gets basically everything. A little bit more for a little bit more sort of thing. It's for the people that really have the money to spend it. And you don't have to have the money to spend. You don't have to spend it. You don't have to get the channel membership. It's just nice when people do. Red one? There's 3 red ones. What? Is that a hill climb type car attack like the Volkswagen IDX, I'm assuming is what you mean? It is meant to be a hill climb car, so very possibly. These cars look great and haven't even started. Yeah. Wait, was there an $800 version? Oh, let me have a look at that. That can't be right. Oh my god, there's an $800 version. Oh my... What do I like? I'll suck your D? Is that what that level incurs? My god. That's a lot of money. $399 is the most common option. Yes, I know those numbers due to simping. Oh yeah, I forgot the weird thing where the price tag has one cent less. I hate shops that go like, this thing here is like $59.99. I hate that. Just make it 1 cent more and have a round number. There's a very cheap general store that like sells clothes, bedding, all that sort of stuff. Like there's a chocolate aisle for some reason. All your kitchen needs, Manchester. That's called Target here in Australia. And it has round number price tags. I love it, except for the fact that everything is crap, because everything is way too cheap and nasty, and you can't tell whether something is just priced more, because they're like, oh, people want an expensive option because they think it'll be a better quality, and it's not better quality. That is irritating. That's irritating. I've never really gotten anything from their great quality. But I love the price tags. They're just round numbers. I look at it, done. good. Anybody else hate that? Anybody else hate the like 99-cent thing tag on the end? Oh, it's so annoying. One of these days I'll send one of my own cars. Great. And welcome. It's about term. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Does anybody see the Dyke Light blue Dodge looking car? This one? That's the one you mean, right? Oh, guess what? Ah! Lights. I've got lights on now. People say it's because customers think... I know, but it irritates me so much. I mean... I can see how it's cheaper, even if like the $99.99 compared to $100 thing, but I get it. That's marketing, baby. I know, but I hate it. It's so irksome to me. British price also have the 99 prices too? Yeah. God, what would have they done if the British never went to the decimal currency and stuck with like, what were they? I can't remember. What are the British old coins? Like a tuppence and stuff like that. And 99 tuppence. What the hell? Wait, hold on. What does that mean? Like you, oh God, the math would be atrocious. Show proof, open one. Wait, what are we talking about now? Damn, I love the blue Dodge Charger car. This one? Hold on. There we go. This one? The Dodge must have been from a time when Fiat owned Charger or something. I don't know. Shillings, etc. Shillings! That's the ones I was thinking of. And sixpence? Oh, is that just 6 pence? Actually, I don't know. I really don't know much about it. I know that Australia used to have a pound, and it was like a coin with a kangaroo on it. Actually, a pretty good coin. I don't know why we got rid of that. On the right, you got the red truck, big old truck thingy, and then the blue race car. Then you got the blue coupe thing. I mean... There's a little bit of blue in that green, but I would say that that's mostly a green sort of color. Maybe slightly aqua, but yeah, I know. I know. Will my car also be able to do it? What? If you're... What? I'm not sure what you're asking. Imagine you have $2 and you pay $1.99. The cashier gives you 1 cent. Yeah. I remember the whole... I was happy when they got rid of the 1 and 2 cent coins from the currency. They were just annoying as hell. And they still do it, which is really annoying. The blue car on the right with the sunroof looks like a Dodge Challenger. It doesn't have a sunroof. What are you talking about? This car has no sunroof. Dark blue one looks like a 917 Lamborghini Miura. That? That looks nothing like a Miura. I don't know what you're talking about. Green one... Oh, green can be blue if you're brave enough. Nice. The bit-by-bit video, that was me. Huh? I'm confused. What do you mean? All right, let's go. Oh, that was a little bit fast. Let's go have a look at the first car. The one that I just showed, that doesn't look like the mirror. Well, that doesn't look like a mirror. But it's green. I don't know what you're talking about. This looks nothing like a mirror. You're weird. I have no idea what you're on about, Chris Games. You're a weird man. Oh, you've sent us something in Discord? Let's have a look. I see no new messages. Do I? No, I don't. So I don't know what you're talking about. Welcome, Mr. Speed and Power. How's it going? I don't believe I've seen you around here before. I think we've done it to Chris. I think we've finally taken out Chris. And welcome, Toon the Bergen. Is that how you say that? Brandon Miller, welcome. Sotomira is supposed to be an Alfa Romeo 33 Stradale. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I know. What was Chris even thinking about? Jeez. Me and Brandon, we know what we're talking about. Alright, let's go see. We've got a little weird indicator on the side here. That's a peculiar choice on this car. Like, I don't think I've ever seen an indicator there. And it also seems to be, like, disrupting to the whole theme of this sort of era of, like, everything needs to be perfectly streamlined. I feel like that kind of goes against that. I mean, I like this, though. That looks fairly good. It's a little... Oh, camera. It's a little bit in the wrong sort of profile, but I like it. Front looks fairly good, fairly accurate. We've got an extra little light down here. That could have been an indicator. The side looks nice. I like that. Oh, sorry. I mean, fine. That looks nice. That looks pretty good. Is that, is this actually added on? Yeah, that is added on. Nice. Nice little details there to make it the way that you want it. Going into the steel wheels. Default steel wheels? Really? Really? I mean, there would have been wire wheels at the least, right? Not just regular old punch steel wheels. We got solid single piston brakes. Those are probably going to cook and not be particularly great, but we'll see how they go. Got some double wishbones in here. And then heading down to the back, we got independent rear suspension. Okay, I mean, it is a mid-engine, so... oh, that's right. This is the car from last week that had, like, the wrong tires and stuff like that. That were, like... watch me say like 100 more times, apparently. That were... not realistic to the time period. Have they kept with 4-valve cylinder still? Oh, they're gone 2-valve. Was that the same as last time? Because if so, that's still really cool. I do like the fact that you've chosen what would be considered accurate things. We got... Oh, look at that. That's a medium... Or is that a sports? I think that might be a medium compound, which is very accurate for this sort of time period. They wouldn't have had semi-slicks at this point, because slicks also would have been quite terrible. Probably not sports, but even if you did have a sports compound, that probably would have been for race cars only, not for road cars per se. Like, people would have been annoyed about tire wear and stuff, and the comfort of them apparently was not also particularly great. The car itself, though, looks fairly fine. I think this vent, maybe not quite the right place. It looks fairly good, though. The back is a bit... I mean, it's okay, but it's a bit bland. I don't know how to describe that one. It's just a bit flat. Once again, yes, I really do like this little bullseye you put on the side. That is a nice little touch, and I do like that a lot. Is this all custom 3D pieces, or is that a fixture? I think that is... It's hard to say. That could be made out of individual parts. There are actually straps. Leather strap mod parts. I'm not sure if there's in the current version of Automation, but who knows. If you had made this out of leather, that would have been great. Looked like a leather pull tab. Would have loved that. The slidey open windows, that's really cool. This like dome 60s sort of style. Interior's fairly good. I like it. I like how you broke up the pedals, so then they work the way you wanted them to work. That's pretty cool. Got a little things down there. Fire extinguisher. This I might have an issue with. If this is period correct, it would not have had a fire extinguisher unless it was made after the 70s, if this is meant to be in like a road homologation version of a car. Because safety didn't really catch on at all. Like fires would catch on all the time. It didn't catch on until the 70s, but not really until like the mid-70s was when real safety started to come into play. That sports compound? I'd almost disagree with it, but if it's meant to be like full race car, you could get away with it. So that was a trend. Blah blah blah. Dong ahoy, Workinosa, welcome. We do have a car of yours today. The inside is amazing. The inside is pretty good. They've done a lot of decent work in here, and I love the headrestless seats. Well done. That is very time period accurate. The single dial in the dash. Odd. It's also off-center. That's gonna irk me a lot. But okay, I suppose. I'm gonna turn my heater on. It's very cold in here right now. Okay. Get a little bit of warmth in this room. What is that meant to be? I don't know, but I like it. Then you got all your things in here, like your superfluous ones, the ones you don't really need, like Speedo. But then, do we have... No, we don't have an oil gauge, which is disappointing because you probably really do need one of those. Yeah, I like it. Let's move on to the next one. So apparently this is meant to be an Alfa Romeo of some sort. Is that actually accurate? Do you know? Or is that just you're imagining? Resto mod, maybe. Very maybe on that one. I didn't post a car this week. Wait, you didn't? I was thinking of a Siege. Sorry, my bad. Got an Siege car this week. Of the rear glass separating cockpit and engine bay. Rear? Yeah, oh yes. I picked up on that last week as well. That was pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. But they've only got it on one side. Oh, that's disappointing. If they had had this on both sides, that would have looked really cool. I like it though. I would just wish you had made it symmetrical. That's interesting. Huh. Anyway, good work. Oh yeah, also another thing is they must have gotten something that fit or done the right thing. Oh, wait. That is actually 2 panes of glass. So here's an issue. Unless you go in and modify it, which is just changing one word from false to true, glass only shows up on one side when you export it from automation, and I hate that. But it looks like they've fixed that issue by having it just be two-sided, which is absolutely fine, and I have nothing against. Then we got this. This looks pretty cool. I must say, I like the back end of this car. Hey, Dan Koopmans, how's it going, bruv? Sub crossover with Alpha. Hold on, I need to look up what Saab looks like. My brain is drawing a blank on what Saabs are. Yeah, okay, kind of got the elongated with the horizontal and verticals. Yeah, a little bit more Alpha than Saab on the front. Looks like a cheap German or communist car. Germany was only really kind of half communist, and that was mostly due to Russia's occupation. I'll also test my car. I sent in before 20... I don't know what 22H means. Rip Saab? I mean... Are you really missing much with Saab? They had some kind of interesting cars, but none of them were like really cool. It's a 3D fixture, so it's two-sided. Oh, you're able to get a 3D fixture to fit that shape perfectly? Well done. Oh, I see now. You've got the 3D fixture and then you've put the trimming around it to cover that up. Interesting, smart workaround. Good work. I haven't thought of doing that before, but that's pretty smart. I like that. So, if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, yeah, as you can see, this is a 3D fixture, and what it is, it's the half circle, or more what it looks like is a half a cylinder in automation. They've flattened it up, they put it in there, and then they've used probably some sort of like a roof liner or door trim sort of thing that like molds to the body and goes inwards to like encapsulate it. Interesting. I like it. The Turbo is one of my favorite cars, hence the shame when they went downhill so much. Okay. Let's have a look. Got some cool wheels. I do like your choice, right? Utilitarian and also 4-bolt, which is very normal for a small, more economical sort of car. And this is a very small car. Let's go in, see what we got. We got single piston discs, hard, solid discs as well. Got ourselves some double wishbone, so some fairly standard equipment here. And then a very not standard engine. Got a boxer 4-cylinder. Interesting. And then automation is exported strangely, will be the word I use there, I think. Longitudinal front-wheel drive as well. That's less common, but still not the rarest thing in the world. They've made their own chassis, completely out of parts. Well done. I appreciate the gusto. Is that a custom exhaust? Yeah, I think that's a custom exhaust, and it ends here. What the hell? Why does it, 1, exit so far back, and 2, not off the side of the vehicle or out the back of the vehicle? That's weird. What's this? There's one over there as well. Maybe that's... Ah! Whoops. Maybe they've modeled the underbody as well. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like they've just done some weird things. Anyway, coming out to the back, we got multi-link dead axle. That is not what I would have expected. A dead axle in a car that's front-wheel drive? Why? Is that really a thing? Can you duplicate things in automation? Yes. Hold shift and drag. These tires look pretty wide. Well, let's have a look. Oops, that's the wrong button. God damn it. The tires on this thing, I mean, they're very rounded, like what you would find on Crossflies. Also, that's a sports compound. That's a radial sports compound. I'm going to call a no on that. That's not that accurate, if we're going to be honest. Okay, that's correct. Yeah, dead axle. That's a weird one. They're stuck in a fuel tank and everything back here. Interesting. I do like the design of this car. What did we say the brakes were? Oh, see? Drum brakes. Okay. So, eclectic choices. A lot of money has been saved, but an expensive engine and a dead axle, which is cheap to engineer, sure, but a little bit pricey. Welcome, Chromatic Schnitzel. How's it going? Falls into chat, Groundhog. Welcome, Groundhog. Looks like tires of sports bike. It does look a little bit motorbikey with the tires. I will agree. I'm also noticing this here. That looks rather nice. And the fact that it doesn't line up, but they were like, stuff it, and then they put this in here. What you could have done in this situation, though I do like this, is that trick which I showed off recently. You set it to 3D, angle it the way that you want to angle it, so then it'll like wrap around nicely, and then hit 2D. And if you need to go into 3D again, move it a little bit more, or rotate it a little bit more, and then 2D it, 3D it, 2D it, 3D it, 2D it, until it gets right. You could have actually had this look a lot better. Would have looked absolutely fantastic. I still like it though. Could have been better, and that's how you might do it in the future. Philman test the 10 most upvoted cars, if I remember correctly. Yeah, except there was a few mistakes. Some people hadn't made their links viewable. Links are in the description, and description is in the description there. Herschel Mahendra. Welcome to the stream. But yeah. Alright, so the rest of this car, that fuel filler seems a little bit low, if I'm going to be honest. Would they normally be that low, or would they come up higher? Also, we got seats here. And hold on, a door pull? This is only a 2-door. This is not a 4-door. Yeah. So why have you got a door pull? Or maybe that's not a door pull. Maybe that is just an armrest. Maybe I'm just an idiot. All right, fair enough. That could be what that is. Do we have a modeled trunk? No, but we got a lot of things in here. They have tried to make this be the exact way that they want it to be. My God, that's a lot of effort. Seatbelt's also very low. That's also a 3-point seatbelt. I don't know whether you would have gotten away with a lap belt or a 2-point seatbelt, but I feel as if a 3-point seatbelt should have been mounted really high. I don't know, maybe some are really low. Who knows? Yeah, yes, the description is the description. Yes. Have a way with words. And I'm quite swift with changing controls, aren't I? God damn it. I need to put that on my my switchboard thing that I bought ages ago and still haven't properly utilized. Bob Johnson? What? Build and race, I didn't know about it. Yes, sorry, Trouble X. It was on my Discord. We did a build and race this week. Welcome, Sin, to the stream. How's it going? Gotta go prone to fill the gas tank a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Interior. Oh, we got correct side drive. Nice. We got a speed way off to the side, which is not really a road car sort of thing to do. Got RPM. Got a clock in the middle. Maybe you're more worried about being late than you are legal. Sure. Temperature, which sure you would keep that fairly close to the middle on such an old car like this, especially if you got an unreliable sort of engine like a Boxer. And fuel, sure. The fuels are usually, if you're going to have like asymmetrically sized or like not evenly sized gauges, usually a fuel is a smaller one, though I could see that you wanted to keep it even. That's fine. The reason why it can be smaller is because you'll only need to look at it very occasionally, and you'll keep it in your mind how much fuel you have generally if you look at it. Bob Johnson, the best Prime Minister on Earth. Now let's send him to the moon and never let him come back. What are we talking about? Yeah, sorry there, Trouble. Working on shift lights again. Ah, okay. You can tear apart my mod if you want. What it is, basically just, I've got a shift light thing. You may have to put a slot in there in the main J-beam. And then go in and duplicate your materials for where the shift light material is. Duplicate that twice. So then you got 3 of them all together. Name one of them off, one of them on. Put emitters on it and set it to glow. So the normal one, leave normal. Second one, which you'll name off, leave off. Then the third one, you'll name on, and you'll put the emission and glow things on there. Then in the shift light one, you'll put those names into the respective slots there. It'll have like the regular name for the material, it'll have the on material name slot and the off material name slot. You'll have to go through and name them all, or however it is you want to do it. Name the amount of lights that you want. You don't have to have all the lights named if you don't want. And then, hey presto, you're done. Feel like they're going to be building races soon, or was that a one-off? No, there will be more in the future. Hopefully Wolf has learnt enough, who's the person that's assisting me this time around, to maybe take on and do a little bit more themselves so then I don't have to do organizing of people. Bucks are actually really reliable in some older cars. They can be, but they can also be built badly. It really depends. Boxers, just in general, aren't as reliable in most cases compared to normal cars, unless they've really over-engineered it, which is the sort of thing that may have happened in the past, but not so much nowadays. Boris Johnson? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Hey, Fanny? Wait, didn't I already say hello to you, Fanny Factbear? I'm unclear. Sorry, I'm from Germany. The translator... Oh, God, is my internet gone? Yep, internet's gone. What happened? Wait, no, my internet is back. What just happened? My internet completely gave up on me. Anyway, 22 hours... I sent my car in 22 hours ago, and do you... Well, test it because it's exactly between the ones you test. Double check that you made your mod viewable. The download link, that might have been why I didn't test it this week. So you'll have to resubmit it and make sure that it's viewable. I was gonna say, how comes here's the clock is... I was gonna say, how come there's a clock in this car? Oh, okay then. You just joined? Okay. I also have internet problems, so you know, yeah, I know, but my internet's been really good, except, like, the last couple of months have been pretty rocky. Anyway, I'm excited to try this car out. There's some interesting things and some things like the tires. If this is not a race car, it is not going to have sports tires. It's probably going to have a hard long life, and they're probably, depending exactly on the year, in the 60s they started to make the transition to radial. So I could give a little bit of leeway on that one. But depending how cheap it is, if it's really cheap, then they probably still would have gone with cross plies to save money. Yes, there's a glitch in the Matrix there, Trouble. Didn't have digital clocks at that time. Didn't they? I don't know. I don't know when the first digital clock came out. Then we've got this thing. I've also just noticed how leant back this seat is. So, I have, personally, a really bad back. So one of the things that I can't do in a car is have like the bottom part of the seat lifted up, which will lift my knees up. That puts way too much pressure on my lower back. And I've had that since I got my driver's license when I was 16. So this has been an always thing, and I don't know why it's such a bad problem for me. I look at that and I think, oh, my back hurts. Like, I've only let it get to the point where it hurts uncontrollably, like crying bad, twice in my life. And I have never let it get that bad since then. I think the first time I did it, I was probably around the age of 17. And it was in my parents' good car. I didn't really often get to drive that one. And I was like, you know what? We're going on a long journey. I'm going to put my seat in the comfortable position, which is the first car I had where you could actually lift up the front part there. It feels really comfortable until the comfort is overpowered by the pain. And I think I had to crawl out of the car because I was like, I'm in a bit of pain. This is actually quite painful. I didn't know what it was at the time. So I couldn't like go, I'll just fix the issue and I won't have pain. I was like, I'm really uncomfortable. I don't know what's happening. I'm in a lot of pain. And then like it started to really ramp up the pain. So I had to pull over and I was like, there is something wrong. I can't deal with this. And I opened up the door and I was like, that like angular momentum of angular movement or torque on my body just then when I'm like, the pain. It was so excruciating. So like they had to help me out of the car. I was curled up on the side of the road crying because I was in so much goddamn pain. That was horrible. Didn't expect to have a clock at all. I mean, they were fairly common to have clocks because if you didn't have a clock, you would have to have a watch. And watches were a little bit more of an expensive thing. And they were a bit of a fashionable thing. They didn't really become cheaper until maybe like the 80s and 90s sort of time period. So a lot of people would still have a clock in the car. Not usually on the dash cluster, but usually in the center area. BSE mono, but it has 2 seats. There is another BS... There's the crossbow, but that's by KTM, right? Yeah. So that would be more what I would akin it to. is that OP didn't add a driver camera. Oh, this would have been good with a driver camera. That was the wrong button to press. What's happening? Have I... What's happening? Why don't I have my mouse? My mouse is working. Yep, my mouse works elsewhere. What's happening? Oh, there we go. Now we've got my mouse back, but I can't move the camera. What is happening? What? What is... I can't move my mouse. What is that? Something is pulled taut. What is that? Ah, that's pulled taut. That's not it. Is it this? Right, let's plug my mouse back in and my keyboard. That was my speakers. I hope that doesn't stuff stuff up. Ah, that's my keyboard. Okay. No. Alright, Control L then. Hopefully that fixes the issue. Something is wrong. What is happening? I can... Yep, my mouse clicker is working. I just want to Control T this. Ah, yes, okay, there we go. That's atrocious. That is not a good collision mesh. Oh dear. Are you cuddling a roadkill at that time? No. Why can't I mean, I can move. I can move with manual controls. Hold on, how do I... There we go. What? Why can't I use my mouse? What's happening? Does anybody know what this is? How do you make a driver camera? I have a video on the complexities of making an F1 car. Look in there, there's a whole bunch of things which include how to do things like modify cameras and stuff. Let's actually have a look. Can I move the camera around in here? No. Oh, there's a passenger camera. Oh no, that's unfortunate. That's like the exact wrong position. Except this is the driver's side. For some reason, I don't know. Do you not know how cars work? Because that's not the driver's side. That's the passenger side of the car. I'm teasing. Time to flame the BeamNG devs. Do you like old or new cars more? Petrol or diesel? And which body shape? I need that for a school project. I personally... I like anything from the later part of the 60s, newer hatchback. That's kind of my preference. 80s had like really interesting cars because the 70s, which was an absolute free-for-all of technology, was trickling down during the 80s. So we got a lot of more interesting things coming into play. Severe technical... It's very weird. It ain't stream if... Yeah. I'm able to use my num keys for some reason, but I can't move my mouse at all. Is it the Honda from a guy on the automation... What? Anyway. Let's go in. Good, okay. I can at least still use my controller. I might have to relaunch BeamNG when this is over. You've made your own strut. Have a look at that. God, doing this with the controller and the keyboard? Ugh. Yeah, so this is completely... Yeah, that's cool. Do we have... I should do the thing on suspension. I also noticed that... I can't use the mouse! You don't have the fender rotating either. Watch my video on that. It's rather simple. Where is the video? There we go. Okay. So it's the OG Lotus was slow but fun. If you watch that one, 40 horsepower, 3-speed written there in the thumbnail, that one is goes into how to do the moving fenders. And it's actually rather simple now. It's only a little tidbit of editing. Is it the Honda from the guy on the automation? No, I'm not really saying. Is it me or is ABS then? For me, it's ABS. Then that's a yes. Oh, okay. I mean, I do like ABS, but I get that a lot of cars don't have ABS from all the years. Now it's kind of like a requirement, I think. I don't see any problem with the steering wheel and the camera. Nobody take the right seat to use the steering wheel in the left. I mean, that's what? I'm so confused as to what you're trying to say. Anyway, interesting suspension. I will do a video one day on how to do custom suspension. It's not that hard to do. Then this is looking all fine. I'm loving the details in here. Like the engineering sort of thing. And then an inline engine? That's not what I expected to see back here. It's also a 4-cylinder. Why is it jiggling so much? Oh, you know what? I know why it's jiggling. That collision mesh. God, moving my camera around is so hard right now. Do we actually have brakes? Oh, we do have brakes in here. Okay. We have, is that a single piston? Wow, so many single pistons this week. But those look carbon ceramic. Oh, I love the mechanical grip sort of style where the front tires are much narrower than the rear. Also, we got like massive front diffuser that starts at the beginning of the car. That is different. I mean, it happens, but different. We've also got a single piston carbon ceramic in the front. Probably engine from a bike. Maybe, but then would it not be transverse? And that looks way too big to be a bike engine. That's a lot of cool details in here. We got a weird mesh material issue on the exhaust manifold. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to like on this one, which is why I used it on the thumbnail. A lot of lateral thinking has gone into this. They're gone, I want to make something that is challenging, and they've picked a very challenging body. I just now realized what body they're using. They're using the early Jaguar-like body. And the reason why I know this is this light that's down here on the front. Oh god, moving this with the joystick is so annoying. I know this body shape because this is molded to the body. That is that body, I'm pretty sure. It's the only part that isn't 3D placed by the looks of it. I love the fact that the diffuser runs the whole length of the body. Hopefully this thing has a butt ton of downforce. That would be really cool. Anyway, moving on to the next one. This Mitsubishi Cordia, is that what I'm thinking of? Mitsubishi Cordia. Yeah, I mean, not quite 100%, but like it's giving me Cordia vibes. The headline's a little bit tall, and then the front looks very American. I don't know if that's meant to look like something else, but I'm pretty sure they said it's meant to be American, but that just looks American, and I like it a lot. That looks really nice. Probably should have put that in the thumbnail. That looks really cool. But then again, that looks really cool as well. Vomit exhaust? What, on this one or the last one? The last one seemed fine. Oh, you're right. No, yeah, that is a bit much for an exhaust on this car. That looks really nice. I do like this. It is Shelby Charger with the inline 4-cylinder? I don't know. Let's Google to see what that is in the first place. Yes, okay, now I see it. Okay. And the exhaust on the back? You can't even see it. So what it is, I don't know why they were ashamed of exhaust pipes back in the day. It'll just be like a little bit of a downpipe sort of thing. Now I'm getting confused. I was trying to use my controller then to like control the window. Oh, why is it doing this to me? That I can barely see that. There we go. Somebody's put on like massive pipe. Why did that move? Okay, yeah. You can see a little bit of it. Very, shy exhaust. What is happening here? Oh, yeah, there we go. OP mentioned in Reddit comments that the last car was built off the classic Jag. I'm so confused. So basically everything is super cool. Huh? Welcome, Gage Dykstra, to the stream today. How's it going? Do you think automation will add the ability to make electric cars? Because I find some electric cars cool. I find a lot of electric cars cool. It really depends what your purpose is. If you want to go budget electric, there's budget electric. If you want to go sports electric, there's at least fast electric, so that's cool. Electric race cars currently are still problematic and very expensive. So, I mean, that's a limitation. I feel that tires are a bit wide. Is that also a sports compound? Yeah, they're a lot narrower here, and that looks more like a medium compound compared to a sports. That might be a sports. Yeah. So like more of an all-season sort of thing as opposed to a sports tire. People are a lot more... I don't want to say more sensible, but that was really it. People are a lot more practical back in the day. And that's because there was a culture of practicality. Now it's a culture of... buy my thing... I've made a new one this year, sort of mentality from companies. It's not great. I'm doing alright. Electric K car would be cool. I like the chill electric cars. Yeah, same here. I also like Teslas. I mean, I don't hate the Roadster. I think it's actually a really cool car. I just know its limitations. And I would totally own one still. So we got a vented 2-piston. Nice. A bit new technology, but okay, sure. McPherson strut. And then, oh, is that what I think it is? Oh, God, trying to navigate this is a nightmare. Yes, single point injection. Love it. That is fantastic. Well done. That makes me happy. So, I think, yeah, what their idea was is they had just their engine. And then they're like, well, it would have been carbureted. This is the 80s, so they would have been like, oh, now we have to switch to electric, but we don't want to. So we'll just put, like, injectors into the carburetor manifold. That was what they did. That's how they did early electric cars, and I think it's hilarious. Also, the benefit of that is now if you go and order those old electric fuel injectors, they're actually really, really high flow, which is good for performance builds of cars, because you need to get all of the cylinders worth of fuel out of like an injector or two. So they're like 2 to 3 times as strong as normal injectors. I don't know if I've ever talked about that in stream before, but that is actually a legitimate thing that some budget tuners will do. It's impossible, well for me at least, to make a hyper-futuristic car that's silent with electric. Wait, you think that they're not going to be silent? I'm confused. Some of the BMW's new electrics look good. I mean, I like a lot of electrics. I don't like the i3. Was that what it was? Yeah, I don't like the i3. I think that car's a bit ugly. It's got some good looking points in it. But the i8, oh, I know it's a hybrid, but I love it. How do you do that free roam camera? I can never find that. Shift C. Oh, without it being silent. Fair enough. And then we got... Yay, look at that! They've got a cast manifold! Woo! Yeah! Would have been cast log, but still, woo! Yeah, they've gone realistic as opposed to just going, I just wanted more power, so I gave it more power. They got single overhead camshaft. I love it. It does have an intercooler. Probably wouldn't have had an intercooler at this time period. I'm unsure on that, actually. What do we got? That's right, McPherson strut. Let's go out to oh, it's front-wheel drive only. Okay, love it. Ah, love it. Lots of custom detail here. As you can see, this is a custom underbody that they've done. Then we've got torsion beam rear suspension. Would have that been around in this time period? I'm unclear. If it was, then great. I love the detail they've got on the back here with this rear lip and everything. Cool. Like it. Lots of cool little details here. That almost works. But not close enough, unfortunately. Looks really good, though, at the 5 meter roll, though. So, like, what's that, like 5 meters? That looks good. And that's what they do for, you may have heard this when talking about, movie cars. There's the 5 meter rule. You stand 5 meters away from it, and if it looks good, then it'll go on film and look fine. Hey, we got somebody else in here. Welcome, Infinite F1. Thanks for doing that. I don't believe I've seen you around here before, so also welcome to the stream. I've got to get notifications for this stuff turned on, but I hate Streamlabs because they are becoming such a dodgy company. But yeah, thanks. All right, let's go have a look at this here. Interesting. Is that... What is that? Because that is not a single fixture. I mean, it looks familiar. Does anybody know what this is? What this fixture is? I'm unclear. Like, I know its purpose is. Don't tell me that. What I'm asking is, like, is that a, is it a wing, maybe? Or something like that? I'm unclear. Welcome to the basement. For my automation cars, it brakes mostly because the brakes power is... What? Welcome, Clement. How's it going? Very strong, but the head of that is a little bit similar because my computer... What are you talking about? For my automation cars, it brakes monsters because the brakes power is. I'm sorry, Clement, I don't believe your Google Translator or whatever it is you're using is working well. That made no sense. I also like the choice of their rear diffuser. Blah, that's a good rear diffuser. That is also very accurate as to what would be on a car like this. Hold on, let's have a look. What does this have on the rear? Is there a picture of the rear? Here we go. Oh, no, that doesn't have... There we go. Nah, close enough. Good enough, close enough, sort of thing. You don't know how to spend your money, so yeah? Oh, nice. Love it. Torsion bar suspension has existed since the 1920s or 30s. I just don't know when it was first used on cars. They put it on tanks in World War II. Interesting. Ah. I mean, that would have made sense because they would have needed so many axles that they would have just gone, whatever, just use that. Welcome, King Langwang. Langawang. That's quite the name you've got there. Alright, you heading off now, Fanny Baxter? Alright, catch you next time. I meant to say later, but it became Lex time. Are you Lex Luthor? On your words, sorry. Yeah, still not great, but I get it. Have a good one, Fanny. Cars have too much brake power. I'm unsure. It's really hard to see the icon for channel members. Yeah, I'm thinking in dark mode it is a bit dark. Maybe I might put a single white outline around that particular one. It is different icons for different levels. Monetization, that's what it is. Memberships. I've gotten confused now. What am I doing? Is it under ad? No, that's wrong. No, that's not the right one. How do I... Oh. Badges and emojis. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. God damn it. Alright, the next one is white, and then the next one is blue. Dodgy bow tie, much like mine, is always uneven. So, yeah, there is other options. The other option is spending more money on me. Ah, there you go. Using the emojis. Time to explain the emojis feature. Yes. Perfect car. 8 out of 10. Love it. Alright, let's go have a look at the interior, since it seems that that's what they spent a lot of time on. Oh, they've used the wrong materials that come out shiny in BeamNG. That is unfortunate. Is this old or new automation? That's new automation. So, yeah, unfortunately, I would love it if it wasn't like this, but cloth does come out shiny. And you know what? I'm just going to do it right now. I'm going to go into Discord. I'm going to see who pinged me and maybe block them. Oh, they deleted their ping. Good. Go into automation, game feedback, and type cloth still comes out shiny in BeamNG. Great. Can I? Nope, still can't use the mouse. Ah! Oh, this is bad. Oh, no. Oh, good. Found it. Okay, so. 1, pro controller for racing games, not really an advantage at all. Don't waste your money. 2, I hate the fact that these are only held in my magnets. The amount of times I've dropped this, or like I've just then got a cord caught on it, I just pulled the thing off and I've had to look for the joystick or whatever, the buttons. I hate it. If I didn't buy this used, I would have returned it to the shop that I bought it from and just gotten a regular controller, because I don't think it's really any better than a normal controller. I hate it. US peasants still have emojis, but not us special ones? Or us peasants still have emojis, but not the special ones. Yes. Ooh, non-member emoji Lamau. Oh dear. The smack talk is coming in. I feel that maybe the horn section, or maybe that's the horn section. At least something that would have been black, not just all completely colored, but I suppose also actual color coding things was also that fairly common. What was it? Who was it? It was Holden. 1984 interior. Yeah, okay. So you've got like... No, there is actually still a lot of black in here. Not on the steering wheel, though. But there was that juxtaposition. Here's more the one I was thinking of. There we go. So there is a lot of blue here. A lot of pea soup vomit color. And black. So it's not all exactly colored. So yeah, you do have some colors in here. I'm okay with that. That's pretty good. Let's go back to using this goddamn joystick junk. I hate it. Hate it so much. There's a lot of cool detail in here. I like it a lot. A lot of cool stuff done. And Target Top as well. I must say, I am a fan of Target Top. If I could have a Target Top on my little XR4, oh, bellissimo. In my ute, oh, that would be a dream. Wait, the joysticks are plugged in with magnets? Yes, I know, right? It is a bad idea. What you're meant to be able to do, and I don't have it here, but like you're meant to be able to switch it out with other ones, but they're not really any better. The short ones are the best. The long ones? What? I don't get it. Material should be... What material should I use for interior so it's not shiny? Anything but cloth. I use a mixture of leather and plastic, which is what a lot of interiors are made out of anyway, but yeah. Unfortunately, cloth at the moment is still just bugged. L ratio non-member. Okay. You may be poo-pooing on them a bit much now. Also, welcome Agnosion to the stream today. Pretty sure that's T-tops, but you do you. Then what's a Target Top? Wait, is Target Top the all the way across? Okay, yep, that's my bad. Okay. Yeah, Target Top is all the way across, T-top is halfway. I meant T-tops. I think actually, but here we go. They're calling this one a Target Top. So, I think the rules on it are very vague. That looks amazing. What is this? Oh, I want it. Is that a thing? Is that real? Or is this like a render, or has somebody modified it themselves? A good tuck away and everything. I've never been a particular fan of the FT86, but if it came in Target Top like that, damn son, I would really, with that body kit and everything, like it's got a nice wide body kit and side skirt sort of thing. That looks so nice. And BMW rear taillights, is that right? No, that's default thing. It is also wide-bodied. Okay, so I think the wide-body is pretty normal. Toyota's version of a roof is. So Toyota has their own version of a thing? Okay, so this is just a concept. Okay. Let's have a look at that. FT86 convertible? I don't know how to spell convertible. Yep, got it wrong. Oh, that's an MR2. I was looking at that going, something's not right about that car. Okay, so this is what they've shown. I don't know, as a convertible, that's less cool, I'm going to be honest. I mean, it still looks good. I do like convertibles. But I don't know. I think that just looked better in target top form. Like a whole lot better. Is that a wagon form? No, okay. I want that. Yeah. I like that. I want that. It's a render, you believe? Fair enough. There's a mod, I think it's MD's record something or other, that adds an Alcantara material. I have the Alcantara material, I've just not used it yet. It exports properly and looks somewhere between leather and cloth. Okay. Wait, the 86 is wide-bodied? This one is wide-bodied, I believe so, yes. As you can see, like, it's wider here than the lights, and it's got, like, extra venting here, so I'm pretty sure this isn't just target top, but also wide-bodied. There. Yeah, that looks wide-bodied to me. Anyway. BRZ wagon would be awesome in so many ways. It really would be. Shooting brake sort of thing. Can I see your messages, Ringo? Yeah. I already read one of them out, didn't I? I also saw the people use it for other cars as well, though. I'm not sure what that meant, so I didn't read it aloud. 86 shooting brake. Yes, please. I love it. Damn it. Doesn't look that wide to me. I know, it's a very subtle wide body. I will admit that it is a wide body. Okay. Back to using this jank setup. Then we've got this little thing. Now, there is an oxymoron of the description of this car. And I really want to make a point of it at the very beginning. The first word, like some of the first words are, reliable British sports car. That's an oxymoron. That's a nope. But then again, at the very end, they did clarify when it's not broken, which that's also an oxymoron. My car's reliable when it's not broken. I know it's just a little wider, which is not very noticeable. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's go in and see what the running gear is of this car. A sus description? Did they put reliable in quotes? That would have been great. Drum brakes on the front! Love it! Oh, this is fantastic. And then we've got, I think that's a sports compound on crossflies. That's fantastic. I'm loving this so far. Then we've got a boxer 4-cylinder. Interesting. With dual... Is that two? Oh, getting this into position sucks. Yeah. Dual 2-barrel carburetors. Interesting choices. I probably personally would have gone with DCOE. Because individual throttle bodies, not that uncommon on fancy British cars. Because they loved F1 back in the day. And F1s had individual throttle bodies. I love it. Crownless has nailed it on the head. Reliable British sports car. You mean an MX-5. So, the British sports car market was diminishing really badly over time. People were just fed up with shitty British cars. They liked the Roadster, but they didn't like how the British built them because they were low quality or like not... They just didn't last. They were unreliable. Is the word I meant to use. Then they Then Japan went, you know what, we're going to try making one. So they made the MX-5, and it exploded! Everyone loves it! Well, back in the day, not everyone loved it. It was more of a woman's car, which is a bit of a shit thing to say, but that's kind of how it was back in the day. A lot of the marketing was around, at least here, around females driving them. They weren't well marketed either, which is more of a thing that was done for female cars. Guys you would market to, you would show the passion of the car. But yeah, MX-5, people do a lot of the time say like, it's the reliable version of a British sports car sort of thing. You never read any of them or welcome me, so... Oh, have I not welcomed you yet, Ringo? I'm pretty sure I did. I said, welcome, we've got a couple of cars of yours this week. Unless I didn't say that, or maybe you missed that, I'm not sure. Absolutely concerning. Oh wait, you did read the one about the member icon. I'd personally use i4 with Weber's DCO, but I'm not... Yeah, I personally wouldn't have gone a Boxer engine. If I did, I probably would have gone a Boxer 8, but that's not an option, so I get it. The reason why I would have done that is, like, jumping on the hype wagon of Formula 1, they had Boxer 8s back then, but in all honesty, it would have just been a 4-cylinder, probably from Ford. I mean, I know that's depressing and low power, but that's what they did. The original Lotus 7 came with a van engine, basically. It was like the most powerful, but also like the cruddiest engine. What was it like? I think I made it with like 30 or 40 horsepower. That was the most powerful version I could find of that engine that they used in the Lotus 7. And that car sold like hotcakes. Just don't ask me what hotcakes are. Maybe, Ringu. Maybe. Let's go and see what sort of gearbox we have here. So it is just rear drive by the looks of it. Then double wishbone on more drum brakes. I love it. What sort of wheels we got here? Okay, we got wire wheels with the center lock, which is fine. Sorry, not wire wheels. Magnesium wheels. I kind of get what you're going for here. There's not really a wire wheel option at the moment. Maybe I will go ahead and make a wire wheel. Who knows? But yeah, that would have been more like a wire wheel, most likely, or just a punch steel wheel, which would have been very, very common for cars back in the day. They would have just grabbed something, most likely, once again, from Ford. They might have gone with Vauxhall, but Vauxhall weren't as good as Ford, which is GM, and GM is still not as good as Ford. I don't think really they ever have been. Like, they've got the Corvette, which is better than the Mustang, but not as good as the GT or GT40. So, I mean, there's trade-offs, but GM has only ever really been good at America, not the rest of the world. Australia did well, but that wasn't GM. That was Holden. But it did get taken over by GM at around like the 08 sort of time period, and then they lampooned it and killed it. I think hotcakes are they really like pancakes? Or are hotcakes more like hot cross buns? I'm not sure. Welcome, Pruny YouTube. How's it going? Hi, Phil. I just joined the stream. Welcome. Oh, what when hi? Is that a Honda Concept I see in the thumbnail? No, these are all custom cars made by people. So these are the cars we're reviewing this week. Also, welcome GPA. Going to let you here. Bye. All right, see you later, Clement. By the way, are these made from automation or These are made from automation to go, and we are in BeamNG at the moment. Anyway, so, interesting build. I'm excited to try it out. The back, a little bit generic in some ways, but other stuff is really nice. Like, you can see the exhaust, unfortunately, through the body, which I wish it kind of had it done right, but that does still look pretty good. I do like it. The little bonnet latch there. Would it have had a a handle? I don't think it would have. I think it would have just had a key and then you pull on the key. That was a very common thing. Especially if this is a British sort of sports car, there would have been very light metals and no support structure to it whatsoever. Then in here we got, unfortunately, pretty sure that's cloth again. Yeah, they've done cloth again. Oh, they cut the roof away. They didn't just paint it invisible. Interesting. Nice. This looks really nice in here. I do like it. Like this whole rounded sort of shape. Those sorts of interesting interior things you don't get so much anymore because you can't really stamp it out of a main thing. Like out of a big sheet of metal. It would have been made out of like lots of individual bits of metal. And the dash, pretty nice. I like it. Do we have an RPM gauge? We do have an RPM gauge. No clock though. It's a little bit basic in here, but it's fine. Also, I know it's hard to do. It is hard, and I get it. But the door and door card area would have been very slim. So the way to think of it is basically at the edge here is where the door card would be. The door card would not come out. So what you would have to do is get a thin door card, or at least sometimes they got the paintable rim around the door card that melds to the body. Get rid of that, place it three-dimensionally, and make it as flush as possible, and then use some sort of, the body molding, the one that goes at the angle, and then angle that to, like, fill in the rest. Let's have a look. So this is mostly probably like a MG... I don't know. MGA? Well, have we got one with the door open? Yeah. So it's a little bit hard to see there, but that is a very short trimming. That's also mostly thicker because I think they wanted to fit the attachable roof onto something spongy so then it fits a little bit better. And you can see there that it even actually goes inside the door, which is not something I thought about modeling before, but that does actually pose an interesting sort of idea. Yeah, you can see how flat it is. What's the MG... Not the... Was it the... No, not the MGF. It's the one... MGB! That's the one I was thinking of. Close. You can't really see the door. I just want to see one with the door open. Oh my god. How about here? No, you still can't see it. Ah! Ah! Why is this such a pain? Show me one with a door. I wrote rod. What? Rude. I'm so dyslexic. There you go. Okay. You can see here how flush this is. I just want to give examples along with my description of why things are the way they turn up. Usually, actually what these are is some sort of MDF or cardboard composite with leather kind of glued onto it and wrapped around it really tightly. And then there's little bits of padding at the top and bottom to give like the ability to add design to it. Some were a lot more boring than others in different cars. This is a very basic sort of one. It was only padded up around where you needed it, and then this is probably a pocket. Like, that's generally all they would do as well. Very, very basic stuff. Then there's even more basic ones where this has only just got stitching on there just to add details to it. That's all they were doing, just extra details. There again, they've just put some stitching lines in there, not even bothering to put a pocket in there for convenience for the passengers. They were like, no, we can't afford to put on an extra bit for a pocket. We're just gonna do that. So that's what they would do. MGB stands for My God Body Booty, My God Booty. Great, E-Dragon, and welcome. GM has a habit of taking cool and frequently odd brands and murdering them. Oldsmobile, Pontiac, Holden, and possibly soon Buick. Yeah, they've done a lot. They suck. They're not good at accompanying. No rear view vision mirror, but okay. Sun visors are a little bit of a weird angle. Also, they're the wrong way around. So this bit here is meant to go to the inside to go around the mirror. Also, you may notice that this comes out at an angle there. So then it'll pivot. But I don't think these are correct, are they? No. Yeah, this side is meant to have a hook, and that side's meant to have the pivot line. Anyway. Also, your windshield wipers are on the windshield themselves. I get it. I do. I understand that one. So I'll give you a free pass on that one. I love the line down the windshield as well. Mwah, I love the little detail. That's really cool. You maybe could have made that three-dimensionally so then it would pop inside of the chrome and not go over it like that, though. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? You're cold and tired? Left alone and naked on the floor? This is how I feel. Here I am, cold and naked, lying on the floor. I don't remember how the song goes exactly. Then we've got this one. Apparently the guy was trying to say that this is a Dodge Charger or Challenger or something like that. Welcome, Vin. How's it going? I'm fine, just a little cold. Okay. Phil, I have never heard your answer. You answer this. But if you had your own car brand, only one, which country would you rather your car brand be made on? I would ask why, but it's out of topic. Obviously I'm from Australia and I like Australia, so I'd build it in Australia. But also, China is incredibly cheap to build in. So it depends what I was going for. There's also, if I wanted to have a reliable company which is going to be trustworthy, workers aren't going to be shit, all that sort of stuff, Japan. Good quality, good workers, way overworked. They have a work ethic problem there where it's just way too intense. Everything is just out of whack a little bit in Japan, but that's where I would go to build my cars. If I was going cheap, I would go China. If I was going like a kit car or a luxury car or just anything that's not meant to be for the sort of person that has to look at the price tag of a car, except kit car maybe, I would then have it built in Australia. But then again, yeah, I suppose that actually is a little bit of contradictory because a kit car you'd get mostly because it is cheaper. Cover yourself in a blanket. I did just finish walking home in the rain. Oh dear. Don't you have money to buy a car? Get a car, get a license. Didn't your grandma just give you a car? Go get your grandma's car, drive to work. But then again, you're in Hahndorf. How's parking in Hahndorf? I can't imagine it's great. Welcome, Liptal. To the stream. How's it going? Anyway, this looks really, really intricately detailed. There is, like, one thing that's bugging me out this entire time, and that's this body line that comes down here, and then it's into a 3D thing. I think I know what they've done there. They've used a combination of a few different parts, and I think they've done a really good job of making something in automation that looks genuinely unique. So I like that a lot. Parking in Hahndorf sucks? Yeah. Parking in Hahndorf does suck. I just assumed that there'd be like, employee parking or something, but I don't know. Number plate. That's what it's missing. Though not all places have to have number plates. I get that on the front at least. But still, I feel like it should probably have a number plate here. Let's go have a look on the inside. Solid axle leaf, front drive. It's probably all-wheel drive then. Or four-wheel drive, who knows. 2 piston brakes. Okay. Solid. Very accurate. I mean, it might have been drum still, but at least it's not a vented carbon ceramic sort of thing. They're like, oh, but those ones just weren't cutting it. Oh, they were cooking brakes. Cars just cook brakes, bro. I think a lot of people just don't understand how crap cars really truly are. Then we've got, oh, wow. I was about to say a push rod, cast headers, fantastic. Probably would be cast log, but still, cast headers, fantastic. Then I look up here and I'm like, oh, that's not the right manifold or carburetor setup for this sort of vehicle. I mean, it might have been a 6-pack, but I doubt it. Anyway, a V8 with a, I believe that's a medium length intake manifold. It'd probably actually have just been a compact one. You'd be surprised. Weird music. Just a compact manifold. It's just what companies do. They just go the compact one because it's cheaper and easier to make. Also, the Getz is not mine yet. It will be sometime in the future. Okay then. I actually really like a Getz. I almost bought Getz a few times in my life because I really do like the Hyundai Getz. It's just a cool car. I mean, probably gutless as hell, but I like it. What I wanted to do was get 2 Getzes, Getz, and then take the front drive from one of them and put it in the rear, so then I'd have twin engine, which gets past a lot of regulations in our registration system, which is such a nightmare to navigate otherwise. To be honest, Phil got a point by choosing Japan. The Japanese, despite the fact that they're working their people to death and their population is dying off because it's going into aging population, they do a very freaking good job. 6-pack V8, very uncommon. It's actually not that gutless. It's a 1.6 in 2011, so it's got some... Yeah, they got some oomph, but they don't have like the top end or anything like that. Very important. Remember to like this. Okay then. Thank you, Space Warrior. Alright, so what do we got here? Those are 2 barrels or 4 barrels? Those are 2 barrels. Okay, so we got 6-barrel carburetor into 8 cylinders. That does irk me a bit, because you have to do a lot of extra engineering. You'd be better off just having 2 4-barrels. But then again, one company once did that, so it's fine? I don't know. I personally disagree with that. Also, your manifold choice. A compact would have been what they probably would have chosen to be cheap. Let's actually have a look. Rover V8. So we know pretty much all American engines were all compact, but the Rover V8. That is hard to tell. It looks carbureted, like they look like the Ego Carb sort of thing. It's a bit hard to tell. It looks fairly compact. Yeah, okay, there you go. Now you can see it a little bit better. Open image in new tab. You can see the main plenum of the manifold, and then the very short little runners. You've just got like the connection mechanism for the carburetors, the plenum, and then the very short runners. So that is a compact manifold. And this Rover V8 was used in Land Rovers. The Americans, when they had V8s in their thing, they were just the regular V8s, which had also compact manifolds. I know you want more power, but you have to work for it. You can't just go, I'll just put this on. There is ways of doing things. Apologies to E-Dragon, this is this will not happen again. It will definitely happen again. They look like Eco Cubs on the, yeah. Then we got, just to make sure, yes, there is a drive shaft going out to the rear. A lot of custom work around on the interior as well. Got a lattice chassis, then leaf springs on the rear, okay, and drum brakes. Okay, cool. And then, don't tell me that's a fuel tank. I hope that's not meant to be a fuel tank. One, because that's a hinge. You probably, maybe that's a toolbox. Because I doubt that that's where you would put the fuel tank. Mostly because the only time I've heard about the rear end fuel tank issue is with the Ford Pinto, which they put it in the back, which meant, because they were going for such a compact car, when it got rear-ended, they would burst into flames. It was a problem. A big, big problem. This looks really nice. Very, very American. Just like the, what makes it feel American is just the sheer size of everything and the over-detailing of body molding sort of thing, which was very indicative of the American cars of the time. Not all of them, but like these sorts of vehicles would have that. Love it. Ah, yes, placing the fuel tank next to the catalytic converter. I doubt this has catalytic converters. Is definitely a good idea. Ford Pinto was the OG Samsung Note 7. Oh, that's a good one. I love that, E-Dragon. Welcome, Ryu Lacau Fernandez. How's it going? Hello, Philman. I have a quick question. Where do I submit my car? Read the description. It's all in there. Got links and everything. Also, is that Canadian flag at the rear window? It is! Yay! I'm half Canadian, by the way, so for me, I like that. And America and Canada, they're so close that Canada's basically like America light with less attitude. Not no attitude, but less attitude. And a lot of apologies. I love the little extra storage cubby holes. Oh, that's fantastic. That's such a cool little detail. And is that just double-sided or is that... No, that's actually... They put that on the inside. Interesting. I love it. So we got 3, 6, 7, 8 seats. Nice. And then what is... Lovely little insignia. Wow. The quality of cars this week is really high. Now, I hate SUVs and 4x4s and all that sort of stuff. But this... Oh, exquisite. Mwah, 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 mwah. Loving it. And I was going to drive like shit though. We've got, the lovely like off-bone white sort of colors that they would have back in the day as well. I like that. Fuel speed, no RPM gauge. Oh, I love it. Is that an automatic? Please tell me that's like an automatic. Is that? I think that's meant to be the handbrake. They're like a twist and push or twist and, twist and pull and then twist to push back in. I think that's what that's meant to be. And if that is, oh, I love the detail you put into this. Is this a clone of a car? Like, is this actually a replica? If it is, well done. If it isn't, wow. You have really gone to extents to push your boundaries here. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff here. And then like the little interior light that sometimes would just be weirdly in the door cards, all that sort of stuff. Roof lining in, extra details in there. The little map lights and stuff. Oh. Imagine saying you should play automation realistically. Welcome, Luca. Oh, bro, these guys sometimes submit like really phenomenally detailed cars, and I love it. Canada is better. Oh, US but less dead kids. Oh dear. I don't like SUVs, but yeah, I do like as far as handbrake or choke. You know what? It might be a choke, but I'm not seeing a handbrake at all. So, I know that my parents' Isuzu has a twist and pull handbrake. And then you'll have to twist it and push it back in. It's meant to spring load back in, but it's so goddamn worn. Americans, not all bad. Just don't go to Florida as a local. Avoid all costs. Okay, so I hear that Florida is actually not worse than any other state. Why Florida seems so weird is it has to do with, what is it, all police records and court filings, all that sort of stuff is all public. So they can just go in and access it freely, which makes it really easy for making cheap and easy and entertaining news content on. So that's why that misinformation, what would you call it? Characterization, misunderstanding maybe of Florida. When the engine has automation brands, triggers me of the brands like Lamborghini. Well, yeah. Owned by Volkswagen. Wait. Ferrari is owned by Volkswagen? Oh. Really? Subsidiary Scudery. No, I want to find who they are a subsidiary of. Or are they their own thing now? Parent. Ferrari. Oh. So Ferrari is finally independent for the first time in a long time. Ah. Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. Is that why they're making an SUV? But that's where Florida Man lives. Welcome, Canolas, guys, if I haven't said hello to you yet. Tom, if I haven't said hello to you, I'm a bit late. Yeah, okay. But did I miss anything? You've missed half the cars so far. We're only going through the looking at them phase yet, though. Anyway, that is a good interior. Cloth on the roof, unfortunately, hasn't come out the way that they probably wanted to. So yeah, let's move along to this one now. Got, somebody said that this one looks like a, was it like a Volkswagen or something like that? No, not a Volkswagen. I can't remember. Something like a Lola. I can't remember what it was though. Florida has a policy that allows media to see police records. Yeah, okay then. No legroom car? Yeah, it was a bit cramped in there. I get it. Sometimes it just gets a bit tricky. Driving coast with your knees. Okay, interesting. No manifold. We have 2-piston vented brakes on double wishbone. Okay, independent front suspension at least. I'm not sure what sort of manifold this is. That looks like it's probably meant to be compact with the placement of the throttle body. But I believe it's just got that glitch where the manifold sometimes doesn't show up, and I don't know why. At least it'll still work. Got a short cast. We got ourselves push rod, compact, fuel injected. This feels very much like a generic LS engine, and I like it. Like the Merc chassis to me? Maybe. That one looks like a VW IDR. Yeah, it does a little bit. Yeah, I think you're right. This one does look like the IDR. If you don't get surprised by anything, just look at Florida Man News. Yeah, pretty much. Bluetooth intake manifold. Yep, again. Rico! Welcome, how's it going? Anyway, there was no front drive by what I saw. Coming out to the rear, we have double wishbone rear suspension, so it doesn't feel American, but it probably still is. Single piston disc brakes. Decent stuff. A little bit of a mild sort of body. Oh, looks like a Charger at the rear. That's weird. Anyway, the tires. Probably not the right sort of tires. These, being a newer car, would probably come with a much softer compound. Probably not semi-slicks, but most likely, like at the very minimum, a medium compound, most likely a sports compound on a coupe like this. Let's see how much detail I've got in here. Is there a boot? No, no boot. Interior. Good. Most things here are fine. Fully done roof liner. That's good. Nice dash. Got a little bit of brushed steel in there. Looking good. They've chosen very carefully to get things here which like match the roundness of their dash. Good attention to details. That's all individual parts, by the way. That's all three-dimensionally placed parts. That's not one set dash. Wow. That's a lot of effort. I'm not sure about the dash coming, or the gauge cluster coming out more than the dash, though. That's a bit weird. But, okay. Comfy seats look fairly accurate. Rear. Oh, you know what? Actually sizable. You got rear legroom and stuff like that. I like it. A lot of details in here. The interior seems to be like majorly paid attention to. And here you can see, because it's got like that big sill part there on the front, that you've got place for your windshield wipers. What do you mean, Phil? Definitely looks like a VW IDR. Yep. Absolutely a Trabant clone? I don't know about that. Don't be silly. It actually looks like a Trabant. Yeah, okay. Let's... Yeah. What the hell? Oh, okay. From back here, it just looks like this was really old like vinyl print on the side of the car that like cracks off and whatnot. I didn't realize that that's actually writing on this side here, which says Contender. All right, cool. Let's move along from the Volkswagen, and then we've got this thing. This looks pretty cool. Is this using my mod body? No, it's not. Is this the Ferrari body? Yeah, this is the I think it's the LaFerrari body, right? Yeah, the one which is so incredibly hard to use. They've actually done something unique with it though, so I approve. That's what I thought was a Dodge, Charger or Challenger. I know, it looks like a Time Attack car to me. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're a weirdo. Anyway, let's go see. There's a lot of detail in here. That's a lot. There's a lot of detail here. Might have to check the in to out air ratio. All-wheel drive, so open class probably. 6-piston carbon fiber brakes, or carbon ceramic, or whatever it is. Moving down to the rear, we have... That is a big turbo. That's also a big turbo. My goodness. Those are some goddamn turbos, bro. My god. That's insanely large turbos. By the way, Phil, have you done a family model of supercar or hypercar brands like a Koenigsegg having Gemera? Is a Gemera a family car? Let's just copy that, because I went to go spell and I was like, this is going to take me forever. Images. It's a 2-door. Could you... okay. But it is actually more seats having in the rear. I was about to say 4-seat, but I can't see. Yeah, so it's a 2+2. I wouldn't call that a family car. But if you're talking like this, or the Aston Martin 4-door, or the ugliest sin Porsche 4-door. I did a series a long time ago, not great video making, but it may not be that bad, I can't remember, where I did 3 cars with the same engine, which was meant to be the Dodge Viper engine. I made the coupe, I made the sedan 4-door, and I made a sports SUV sort of thing. All 3 different videos, and that's got a big V10 in it with lots of power. So, yeah. Is this one hill climb? It's meant to be a really big engine. Yeah, as they say, a 6.1 liter V6. Looks like turbo lag? Very possibly. Camara's a 4-seater, yeah. Yes, it is turbo lag. The Signet. Ah, yes, the ultimate family supercar. I love the Signet. I wish I could afford a Signet, especially the one that has the actual Aston Martin V8 in it. That would be phenomenal. Apparently it's not a good car though, but still I would love it. The Gemera is not a 2+2, it's a true 4-seater, but with really big doors. Wait, then what's the definition of a 2+2? Because I thought that's what that was. Is a version of the coupe body style that has 2 front seats for the driver front passenger and 2 small, narrow legroom rear seats. Ah! Which one? Okay, so what you're saying is it actually has legroom. You're right. You would be cramped in there. Alright, I kind of get what you're getting at. Yeah. Like, very little legroom. Alright, fair enough. I see what you mean. Those are some wide tires. Yeah, those are some chungussy tires. Also, is that hard, long life material? What? Why have you got hard long lives on a race car? Fun fact, the Koenigsegg Gemera has a 3-cylinder with 3 turbos, generates 1700 horsepower. Wait, is it 1700? I knew that 3-cylinder created a lot of power, but I didn't realize it was that much. It's a top speed of 400 kilometers, making the fastest family car. Sweet. I'd still only classify it as a family car if it had 4 doors. I mean, They can call it whatever the hell they want because there's no law saying, oh, no, you have to name it right. Well, 2 plus 2 equals 4, so the math still checks in. Back seats are worthless. You can technically sit back there, but they're not really built to be used by people. I've been in the back of 2 plus 2s. The tire explode if you use anything else. Oh, really? Maybe a higher profile on your tires may have helped there. Anyway, we got 2 4-piston carbon ceramics in the rear as well with pushrod suspension. As for the engine, V6, 4 or 5 valves per cylinder. Let's see. 5 valves per cylinder. Okay. The reason why I don't like 5 valves per cylinder is because that's very uncommon. This would have to be like a very limited production run engine. As in like handmade. Otherwise, most car companies are not going to bother with that. Combustion engine. I thought it might have been. I thought it might have been about 600. And then it's got that like electric motor combination. But now they've got that like really compact electric motor. That thing is cool. That's still a huge amount, 200 horsepower per cylinder. It's not so much the cylinder amount that's impressive, it's the volumetric amount. Volume amount. The volume, yeah. A rental Prius is still faster than a car. Yeah. Rental cars are the fastest cars in the world. But the engine plus turbo, if I'm not wrong. No, you mean electric motors. 3-liter cylinder comes in, makes 600 horsepower, and has 2 turbos. The rest of the power comes from the electric motors for a total of 700 horsepower. Sounds about right. They borrow tech from Rimac. Okay. It still makes an enormous amount. Yeah, what I like about Koenigsegg is they've done a lot of really weird things. One, free valve came way too late. They had the rumblings of this technology in the 70s. Could have been probably made in the 90s, but only just came out for basically the end of the petrol car, which is really disappointing. We're only going to have it for maybe like a decade, and then we'll probably see the last full petrol vehicle go through. You may see it on some sports hybrid cars like Ferraris and stuff. And then also, something which I pondered about previously is the torque converter transmission thing, where the torque converter, there is no transmission, it's just torque converter, and they add more fluid to it the more operating the gear ratio you want. It's a little less efficient, but like a really good CVT that won't wear out if you put too much power through it. Like, nowhere whatsoever. Except being a handmade car is probably shit. It is still the most powerful? Yes. Given it's 2:30 a.m. for me, I should probably go to bed. Good night, Phil. Oh, see you later, Chromatic Schnitzel. I get it. You don't love me enough to hang around past your bedtime. Koenigsegg has some special, something special for each car. I don't know about that, but sure. They have a lot of special stuff. Goliath God. I don't know if I've said hello to you yet, though. So. Is that it's such a high service cost. No. See, they're pushing their cars to the limit. But there is other ways of doing it. Like, they had hydraulic versions back in the day. Which would have worked. Not high rev, but still would have done an okay job. But, with anything, usually the first of it is always the most expensive, and people will claim service costs being an issue, or buying costs, all that sort of stuff. Yes, it would just come down with time. Didn't they make it in conjunction with Kia, or something like that? I can't remember. Phil, have you told everyone about your automation fastest car per cylinder count? Have you told everyone about your automation fastest car per cylinder? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so confused. Huh? Did Jesco a full clutch kit for each gear? More moving parts, higher service costs. Yeah, I know. But generally, like, that gets cheaper. Why do we go individual coil packs? Like, they're less reliable in that form, but we still do it because it's better, and because we've gotten better at coil packs, less of an issue. Used to have to change coil packs a lot, but we've gotten better at making coil packs. Moving from magnetos to alternators and coil packs was also a thing that a lot of people poo-pooed in the original times. Going from push rod to overhead valves is something that GM only just recently started to finally get rid of, or make the move to not having push rod cylinder heads. Individual throttle bodies has always been considered an expensive thing with more serviceability. Now I know it's a little bit different. The actuators for the valves are a lot more complex, but it will come down over time if people were to adopt it. But I think most people see the writing on the wall that there's not really much point investing in petrol at the moment. To be honest, cars like the Koenigsegg, Bugatti, and that soft don't really excite me. I don't like Koenigsegg because I don't like the look of their cars. I think they're all a little bit ugly. So you think free valve will be cheaper with time? Oh, yes, it will be. That's just fact. If, though, however, it's to be adopted by more people. But I don't think it will because writing's on the wall. You just give an EV which has only like 3 moving parts. Sure, there's that. I mean, have you told everyone your fastest automation car per count? Huh? Like the fastest V8 you made, fastest V6. I think you're thinking of tries. There's a guy on YouTube that made a free valve. Yeah! There's a guy on YouTube that made it. I don't know how reliable it would be. I don't know if they used it very much. Anyway, let's get more of a look at this car. That is a very interesting back end. A very chongousy big exhausts. I feel like maybe should have put some sort of bracketing on the exhaust because that's probably going to wobble around too much and probably end up whacking and causing problems with the carbon fiber diffuser here, which is incredibly long. Oh, we've also got turbofan wheels. Oh my god. Turbofan. Is that a thing in Pikes Peak? Probably would be, right? No! The Pikes Peak didn't use turbofan wheels. Whoa! They could have been faster! How much faster? I don't actually know how efficient turbofan wheels are. Maybe there is something with it? I don't know. But yeah, if anybody doesn't know... God damn it, I can't use my mouse. Ah! Turbofan wheels. The idea is it works like a turbo. Turbos don't, like, necessarily suck air in, per se. They just create the air to move around with it so fast that the air moves that way, which causes a low pressure at the top, which means air starts pulling in, and then it gets compressed on the side. So the idea is here, it moves much faster on the outside, that the air would get pulled towards this low pressure here then, and then it'll get pulled out the side as the wheel goes around more, which does 2 things. 1, it'll cool your brakes off. 2, it'll cause a low pressure system underneath the car, which should aid, and apparently really did aid, with downforce on the car. I don't know why they were banned, but something about not allowing aerodynamic parts to move is a big contributing factor, but that's also, yeah, I think. I want to point out your rear... What the hell? What's that? Oh, that's why I can't use my mouse. Go back to hiding. Oh, I can move my mouse again. Oh, thank God. Okay, I must have at some point hit the tilde key. Yeah, that's way too thick for a gooseneck. The idea of the gooseneck is to stop it from being on underneath, So then on like crosswind, like going around corners, or if there's just a crosswind, you're not losing the effectiveness of the underside of the wing. The top side of the wing is less important than the underside, but they're still going to have a much thinner one than that for various reasons. Also, is this attached to the body? Okay, this is attached to the body, so they wouldn't have even had a gooseneck unless there was like a strength issue with the middle wing maybe cracking under the amount of weight being pushed down on the wing, or being sucked down on the wing, I should say. It probably wouldn't need the gooseneck. Let's have a look at the IDR. Oh, the IDR has a connection to the body. Wait, is it connected to the body? That's a bit hard to tell. Maybe. But then, yeah, it's also got the goosenecks, but the goosenecks are really thin. Can I have a look at the rear wing? I mean, it might be connected. It's a bit hard to tell. Yeah, that there looks connected. And that there doesn't look connected. Oh, God. Okay, you know what? Yeah, sure, we'll have a look at it bigger. Show me the wing. God damn it. Show me the back end. Why does nobody... Let's just have a look rear. That's not the final version. I don't know. It almost doesn't look attached. That's really hard to tell. Am I sure that this isn't a still beam from a bridge? I know, right? That's what I was thinking of, but... I want to see a racing league that lets engineers go nuts with aerodynamics fixed tires. Pikes Peak does that. The problem is racing against other people is a big issue. When you have lots of aerodynamic things that can break, especially mid-corner. Please one day make a video or info on the fastest 3-cylinder car, 4-cylinder. Ah, okay then. F1 cars don't count? Ah. So, oh, okay, you don't want me to make replicas of the fastest of those in real life. Okay then. I thought you wanted me to replicate like the fastest 3-cylinder, 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, and whatnot. It is attached? Okay then, thank you, Goliath. NASA race series in America has open class. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is. Then we've got this one, which is, I believe, meant to be an answer or a rebuttal, you may call it, for the Blue Wonder that I made. Because apparently this is made specifically only for their racing cars. Which nowadays you wouldn't see anything like a Blue Wonder. People would just have proper pit crews and they wouldn't drive really fast unnecessarily. Also, a lot of trucks and whatnot are one, speed limited, and two, don't really need to go that fast anymore. So, I mean, they go the speed that they can. So this is not really necessary. If you made this realistic, what it would be is you would have limited it to 100 or 110, depending where you're from. I don't know if there's other speeds. Kilometers an hour. I see that they have put a lot of effort in here to get the body shape that they want. Like, they went, you know what? No, I want this body style. So they've done a lot of work here. Cab over, love that. Love the details around here. There is a lot to love here. Japanese. Oh, interesting. I believe this is also by Ringo. Same as the last car. This is a double wishbone, 4-piston, vented brakes. Disc brakes. I don't know. Would it have disc brakes, or would they have drum brakes? The reason why you might have drum brakes, or why you do actually see drum brakes still on big trucks, is because the braking power is so much bigger on a drum brake. Now, I know BeamNG doesn't like, Automation doesn't like to show that, but that is actually a thing. Let's have a look. truck drum brake. Look at the size of that drum brake. Now that is massive. Is there like a good picture? That's a small drum brake. That's almost a good picture. But anyway, the way to think of it. Let's actually go in, have a look. Yeah. There we go. You can see that, like, it's the size of the wheel hub. So these things are massive. This entire surface area, because the brake shoes are almost the entire dimension of the brake, is all brake pad connection to drum brake area. That is a lot of connection area, which means a lot of friction, as opposed to on a disc brake, where the only connection area is just here. That's a piddly little bit. Now, the problem with drum brakes is they overheat and cook. That is a big problem. And if you've ever watched a compilation of trucks using runoffs on hills, you'll know that sometimes people get it wrong using their vehicles right. They have to be so careful with their brakes. Even, don't get me wrong, disc brakes would still overheat on a truck, but it would take just a little bit longer, but not a whole lot longer. You'd also have to push in your brakes a lot harder because you have less brake surface area. That's the one, brake surface area. You have to select a lower gear, and they usually have an advisory when you're going onto a hill to know which gearing you should choose. And then going downhill, you have to use engine braking pretty much the entire way down really long hills. Sometimes if you choose one gear too high and the road is too long, you will cook your brakes and your engine will not be able to stop it, and you will end up having to like go runaway truck and use one of those off ramps. Look up those videos. They're actually rather cool and scary to watch. You're like, whoa, that truck could have killed somebody. And sometimes they do. And it is unfortunate. It is need to know, but it looks cool. The entire thing is fixtures. Nice. Proper plate. I approve. 8 out of 10. All right. Let's have a look at the front. Yeah, that's entirely 3D fixtures. Even this is 3D fixtures. I saw the top here and I thought that they just put a thing on top of the hood, on top of the roof. I didn't realize that the entire thing. Yeah, this is all 3D fixtures to get the shape that they want. That's impressive. So I wouldn't say that this is a, what you could have done maybe is more of a Dakar truck, which actually would have been balls to the wall. Let's have a look at, Dakar truck brakes. Oh, those are big disc brakes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they have disc brakes, and that's very small. That's weird. Well, theirs is just completely gone. That looks like a Dakar truck. That is also disc brake. Okay, so yeah, if you were to go Dakar, you would see disc brakes. But then again, there's not a lot of slowing down to be done in Dakar. Also, there's not a whole lot of hills, really? And if you were going downhill, you'd be fine. Is that... Oh, what the hell? What on earth? That is a drum brake with brake pads. Like, not brake shoes, but brake pad. What? That is weird. I think what's happened here is they wanted a drum brake, but they couldn't get the right compound of brake shoes for the drum brakes. So they instead adapted somehow like normal brake pads. That is weird. And cool, but weird. What else? There's also got Drake? Brake pads. Alright. Yeah. A lot of these, like, top-end Dakar trucks do get it, yes. I built cars entirely from 3D fixtures before, but I'm still impressed. That is above my level. I wouldn't say this is above my level of skill. This is above my level of wanting to do it. I would not want to do this. You've done so much. Even the lights are custom done. Very well done. Fun fact, being a truck driver is one of the most dangerous jobs for some reason. I would disagree with that. I would say, if we're talking like in terms of death of the driver, oh sorry, the death of the person doing the job, there's a lot of other jobs where suicide comes into it. So choosing that job is dangerous. In terms of the ability to maim people, apart from a soldier or a paramilitary, security guard, police officer, even being hospital staff can be very dangerous for many different reasons. Not just shitty people, which of which there is a lot, but also like catching diseases, staph infections, lots and lots of issues there. What else is there? Being a zookeeper for alligators can be dangerous, I suppose. If you watch that series on Tiger King, like that's not a very safe job. Lots of people have lost limbs there. But yes, truck drivers out of regular jobs that it has like a regular connotation to it is relatively dangerous, or can be. Mostly for the other people on the road. Those Dakar tracks are mad? Yes, they are. I have no idea what I've missed or why the first thing I heard was staph infections. Welcome, KTLB. You sound like a radio station. They won the Dakar, so they must have known what they were doing. What? I was making one of those old automation. What was it? Okay, anyway. I remember I ran a competition for Dakar tracks and I only got like 3 participants. Anyway, we got independent front suspension. We got a big, massive engine. This does not look like a truck engine. That's single overhead cam, 2 valves per cylinder, a low RPM manifold. Oops, daisies, that was the wrong button. Let's go back over here. Where's the engine? It's cab over. Is that variable? No, that's not variable. That is a low RPM, I believe. Single throttle body, fuel injected. I feel that this thing might be a little bit of a diesel. Is that what you've gone for here? If so, cool. Got a turbo, got a 2 turbos. Then we got drive down to the rear into a solid rear axle with leaf spring. I mean, yeah, sure. You might have gotten away with coil, but I suppose leaf spring is fine. There's probably more weight on the front than the rear, though, with that big, massive engine. Being a truck, though, Dakar truck engine. I get the feeling they're probably all 6 cylinders, right? Anytime now. You can go ahead and load for me. That is an inline, what I think is a 6. I don't think that's a truck. That's just something... Yeah, that's a Ford Ranger. That's American truck. Don't know. Is that the engine in there? Okay, that is a diesel. I think that's a V8. Okay, fair enough. That also looks like a diesel V8. Alright. I can give you a pass then. That's fine. Well, do we know whether that's pushrod or not? I don't know. Probably not. What if I am a radio station? It's easier. You can just call me Katie. Okay, sure. Full makes us learn about something new every day. I mean, I try. But also, I like to talk about things. I like to describe things. It's just fun. I want to try out one thing, though. Did I get the right one? Yes, I did. Hey, look at that. Decent collision mesh on the rear. And they got checker plate as well. Love it. How's the front gone for collisions? Okay. A lot of the times, yeah, okay. BeamNG, Automation's exporter can ignore 3D parts and fixtures. So yeah, it's not worked 100%, but it's done pretty well. You could have actually done a little bit of work and got the collisions right, but I think it also works without fixing the collision mesh. But yeah, good work. I love you got like the hidey holes, all that sort of stuff. Got extra things on the rear here. What is this contraption meant to be? There's pivots in here. Unclear. Also a Japanese number plate. I feel that the Japanese are a little too serious to, one, create a complete hypercar like that. But then again, they did do the Scudo Pikes Peak, which was from Suzuki. I don't know if that was American or the Japanese that did that, but that is straight up a supercar. There's only ever been the Orochi, which is the only other one around that. And also something like this is a little bit bonkers for the Japanese, I feel. You think you're very late? Welcome, Just Plain History, to the stream. I don't believe I've seen you around before. It's a ramp? Is that what it does? Does it, like, lift down? Huh. Have you J-beamed it? I don't think you have. But that would be cool if you had J-beamed it. It just doesn't look like a ramp. Oh, no, I see it now. That pivots down, so this comes down and then butts onto the ground, and then this is on rails and it slides back. Ah, I see it now. Good spotting. Now I see it. Then we've got this thing. Halfway between an American truck and an Australian ute. I've noticed that the headlights do come out of the headlight housing. Ooh, that's a big no from me. Still, it looks pretty decent, so I'm gonna say I'll look past it this time. Yeah, we're still doing the overviews, even though I am losing my voice because I did a recording before and my voice has never really recovered since I had COVID. So that kind of sucks. Moving into here, we have a V8 overhead valve, 2,000 cylinder, interesting. Not a compact, we've got a high RPM manifold, so this is a performance manifold. Sure, actually I wonder. What does the Boss 290 got? That's a supercharger, no. That looks still like a compact one, and this is like the most performance-orientated engine we've ever had. It might be high-end, I don't know. Intake? That's probably going to show a pod filter, isn't it? Yep. This is one I want to have a look at. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. That is high-end performance manifold. And yes, this is also a high-end performance manifold. Interesting. Okay. I never knew that. But that does make sense. I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, aftermarket exhaust manifolds are very common. So maybe it's impossible to tell if it comes standard with cast or not. That's a supercharger. No, a bit hard to tell. That one's without the exhaust manifold. I don't know. I don't know what manifold that these come with by factory. So I'll just assume maybe they come with a tubular. I don't know. They are like the high end though. A Japanese man did the Scudo Pikes Peak car. He also made the Suzuki SX4 and the EV to do the hill climb. Try-searching monster. I think I know him. I think I watched his record that he did in, what, like 2012 or something? I'm unclear. Anyway, two-piston... Is that solid? I can't tell. Yeah, that's solid. V8, naturally aspirated. Front drive? No, good. No front drive. Coming down to the rear. I say good, not because I don't like all-wheel drive, but because it's a bit of a cop-out. Multi-link coil spring in the rear. That looks like a solid disc brake. So this is fairly accurate, though. Depending on what year it is, this is probably actually still leaf spring in the back here. Fuel tank there, nice, love it. Little detail. The back end, very gaudy. I'm not a fan. Way too over detailed in my opinion. Especially like with a lot of work vehicles, your back end where you're putting things in and out, you said this is a workhorse. I don't know if that's just a name or in the practicality. They get dinged up a lot. So you wouldn't want to have a highly detailed rear end anyway. Gotta go, Pruny. Okay, see you later, Pruny. Thank you for coming by. Oh, you've got a lid on the back. Nice. And then fully done tray. Love it. Probably could have made the chassis invisible so that it doesn't poke through, but you've covered it anyway, so that's fine. A mesh before the rear. Okay. Usually there's very little room in there. Usually there's a little bit of room, yes, but not that much room. So the mesh, it's a bit overkill, but okay. Moving into the inside. So this is an American truck, not an Australian truck. Immediately I can tell because the driving is on the incorrect side. It's the name of the company. Oh, okay, fair enough. Ah, yes, work for horse. Work for horses. Your interior seems a bit off. One, everything's shiny, which is weird. Ugh. Your seat is too low. Way too low. I've said this a million times, but I get that people don't hear it. Your shoulder line of the seat should be only ever so slightly above the windowsill, so your seat is way too low, which is also why it looks like there's no leg room. Your seats are also incredibly narrow. I think that's partly because your door stuff is maybe a bit too wide. Your tunnel may be a little bit thick. Maybe make the tunnel invisible and move the seat over. Especially if this is going to be an American car. You want lots of, girth for the seat position. Automatic, very American, love it. A lockable tray in there, okay, sure. I mean, there could be reasons for that. But if anybody wants to get in there, it's probably just made of plastic, so it's not going to be too hard to get into. Same as glove boxes, which is why you don't really often see locks on glove boxes anymore. RPM, speed, good. In miles per hour as well, so yes, American. This is American. The back is just right. Oh, sure, okay. I was saying for my taste, personally. But okay. Sure. I don't like it, though. It's very gaudy. Not a fan. Nice details. Windshield wipers on the back window. Is that normal for a truck? I don't know. It seems to be superfluous, seeing as it would only happen if the car was stationary. Even then, it would have to be coming from behind. But at speeds, air just goes right over it, and you don't get rain on the back windshield at all. I know this because I have a Ute, and I've driven it a lot, including in the rain. And if you do have a bit of rain on there and you want it to dry off quickly, just use the rear window defroster, and that will heat up the rear window and get rid of the little bits of rain that are on there, potentially. Euro rear plate size, though? I know, maybe for a, like, custom... Oh, you're right, that is stretched out, though. Yeah, I think you've stretched that armor blade a bit too much. I love the fact that it's got, like, things on there. Alright, I think we're good to go try out these vehicles. So, Alt-U. Let's take the first one out. We'll maybe take that to Lamar. Uh, 2017, sure, we may as well activate that now. Lamar Real Racetrack. We'll activate mods as well. For some reason, all my mods got deactivated, so I'm confused about that. I'm not seeing the right Lamar track. No. God, I hate this. Every time you hit backspace or like try to delete something in the search here, it like resets to like not being active. It's so annoying. What do we want? Le? Well, that hasn't worked. Man? Lamberg, Grassview, Nami off-road, simple fuel. Car jump, arena, rally, forest, Douglas rally. Oh, I wrote lamb. Whoops. I meant to write man. Damn it. I'm gonna have to look through all of these. God damn it. Le Man? God damn it. Oh, okay, here we go. I could have just typed in Le Man. My bad. I just thought that for some reason there was something wrong with the name. And there was. If I had to write Le Mans, it wouldn't have worked. South? Yeah, I tried South. Talking of Ute stuff, the worst thing in the world is one of those truck tops. It's impossible to clean between that and the rear window, and it drives me insane. You know, I've never thought of that. Mostly because I don't clean my car. Here we go. Okay. Still, I think it's got the wrong wheel type. And maybe the wrong combat. I don't know. Maybe. A few of your gear ratios are a bit long, potentially. Being a race car, they would have had shorter gear ratios. They would have focused on a higher top speed as well. This is like mid-60s, so probably just being shy of 200 miles per hour is probably about where the top speed would be as well. So high 200s. Ah! Yeah, okay. Now we've got the right sort of tires on here. The car handles like garbage and you have to brake way too early. That is about right. Depends on filter. Just start the testing phase after I've been in Blender. BeamNG, what? Going to use... What are you talking about, FlameZ? You don't have to suffer while cleaning your car if you don't clean your car in the first place. Nice, love it. That's my entire thought process. If you don't clean it, it's not an issue. Oh. Maybe I could have braked a little bit harder just then, I don't know. We're at about 300 kilograms on the rear at the moment. Do we have downforce? No. Good. Okay. Hopefully this becomes dangerous to drive like they normally would. Okay, good. It looks like we're only generating a little bit of lift on the rear, but that's how you would expect it to be. I love it. So, if you're wondering what I'm on about, last time we talked, last stream we had this car as well, and it had the wrong sort of tires, and it was generating downforce. These cars wouldn't have generated downforce, they would have focused on top speed. Two, they also wouldn't have really known about downforce that much, so yeah, it wouldn't have generated much lift, but it would have generated lift potentially still. Getting rid of lift was a very common thing as well. So 279 kilometers an hour, what is that in miles per hour? I wrote that wrong. That is 173 miles per hour. For a road car, that's actually really goddamn fast. And would have been one of the fastest in the world, if not the fastest road car in the world. I've got to be careful about the flags on the side. They will kill you! Oh no! No, it killed me! I touched one! And then the slide of the century. Let's rewind so I can get the top speed back up so I can see what braking from top speed is like. Yeah, that should do it. Oh, this engine is really slow to rev. My goodness, even when like clutching it, this thing takes forever. Welcome, buddy. Has someone made an Among Us car? Yes. Did you miss the build and race? Yes, you did. That will be a video later in the week. Okay, we're not at top speed, but start braking at about now. 250 out. Oh, we can full brake. Okay, your brakes are pretty piss weak, if I'm honest. Are these drum brakes? If they are, I love it. Okay, well, I can't have a look, apparently. No, they are disc brakes. They're single piston solids. Sounds about right for a road car. Maybe it would have been vented. I don't know. I know Formula 1 cars of the day had that, though. Damn it, I forget. I can't look underneath. Let's see. We do have mufflers. I'm surprised it's so loud. God damn. Yeah, part of the reason why I was so flustered at the beginning of the stream is because I accidentally left the getting ready for the stream way too late, and I almost didn't make it. I was almost going to push it back an hour. Alright, after this corner it's going to be braking to turn left. And we're going to... Okay, braking at higher speeds while trying to turn, not great. Yeah, we have no connection to the front at the moment. Oh no, we have a little bit of connection to the front. We're all good. I don't want to do it, but I slept through it because it's 2 in the morning. Fair enough, bro. That is absolutely fair enough. I will sometimes do them at different times. It just really depends on different things. Okay, yeah. Don't turn and brake at the same time, because your brakes will lock up. I can't hear anything. Shut up. Yes, you can. This is a very loud car. Wait. No, you can. Yeah. I just had to... I was second guessing myself and going, I think I know what the meter is saying. Am I wrong? Because I've also got music playing at the same time and kind of masked it a little bit. Or are you saying that you're deaf? Then how did you hear what I said, bro? Oh, okay, there's a turn here. No, okay. Oh. This car would have been labeled as a public menace. You probably should have tried to induce a lot more understeer, so then people are less likely to crash and die. At least the loudness is realistic. I don't know. Were old race-based road cars really loud, or road cars based on race cars? Why is it so slow in the straight line? It's not actually that slow. Fastest production cars wiki. Do we have, like, through the years? Yes, we do. So this would have been 1965. Yeah. This is faster than any road production car of the day. So don't poo-poo it. What year was this car? This was the 66... Oh yeah, so 1966. It says it right there. 1966... Only $120,000 as well. That is incredibly cheap. Probably would have actually cost like 2 to 3 times that. Like, you know, with inflation being taken into consideration. So yeah, 1966. 171. What did this reach? 178? Wait, hold on. We actually got it written down somewhere. Yeah, 173 is what we reached. Which is, yes, only beaten 2 years after this came out. I know you think it's slow, but it's really not. Is this the old Le Mans track? Yes, it is. You can find it on Google. It's a bit hard to find. You'll have to, like, actually look at them. I believe it's from Modland. I don't know whether that's the name of the person or the name of the website. I can't remember. Welcome, Midget Man. We do have a car of yours today. This is pretty cool, though. I am enjoying this. Yeah, unfortunately, under braking, the thing becomes a little bit too skittish after killing a few people, like Porsche and Ferrari and all those sorts of people that had those problems in the early days of road cars and then never did it again. Yeah, there you go. That's the sort of understeer we expect. So, yeah, you get the idea. I do like it. Now, a lot of the review I already did last week, still lots of cool details. Probably would have gone in even worse tire compound if it were me, and different wheels. Totally wouldn't have had those wheels. But I do like it a lot more now. I don't want to give it a full score. My voice hurts too much. Welcome, Benjamin. How's it going? It may be slow, but it still beats driving a Prius by far. This is not slow! Have you ever driven at 173 miles per hour? That's a fast car. You mean slow acceleration? Sure, maybe. Grip at high speeds is pretty decent. Yes, very decent at high speeds. Not nearly as much lift as what you would normally find. You know what? Let's give it a fill score. Even though it's like very basic sort of. Is the creator here? Who was it? Count Cheese. Count Cheese is not here. Count Cheese made a very good car. One of the best of the, like the top two tied for first place, best cars in the build and race today. Now with that compliment out of the way, I feel that I can trade off the effort of doing a full fill score and just get this one like, it's a bit of a basic design, nothing really amazing on the outside. The interior is good. It drives nicely. Could do with a little bit less skittish brakes, or being less skittish under brakes, I should say. I like the two valve design. That is unique and interesting. Not many companies would go for the dual overhead cam 2,000 cylinder. It was usually done for a very specific reason, and I feel like that was something that they did. Do we go the perfect 8 out of 10 score? No, I'd probably give this 8.5. The design doesn't feel fleshed out enough on the exterior, especially the front or the rear. The side looks pretty good though. I love the little accent there. 8.7. Do you not prefer first-person view? Okay, old school. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I only use first-person when I'm using my race rig, and I don't use my race rig for streams because it's so much of a pain to set up. Oh, you are here, Mr. Cheese. Well then, Mr. Cheese, are you happy with me just giving it the 8.7? How many horses does it have? Probably around 200 to 300, I don't know. I can't be bothered looking that up. Next car is the Null car. So, the Null. It's a very cheap car. Created in response to other small cars of its time. There was more written about it, but I can't remember. Let's take this then to industrial site, which, as we found out, is America, not what everyone else thought it was, which was Russia. So irritating. Question: you still gonna check out more cars, or are these the ones of the top 10 of the week on the Reddit? From a race car to a cheap eco hatch. Thanks, mate. Okay, cool. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah. From a race car to a cheap eco hatch. Yep. I think it's a pretty good score. That was a pretty decent score. I think there could have been more done on the exterior design on the front and back. Around 280 horsepower. Nice. 120 horsepower is a lot for a cheap roadster. An old cheap roadster? Yes. Modern cheap roadster, it need to be very light. Is this rear-wheel drive? No. Okay, dead axle on the rear. This thing, lots of understeer. I suppose that's to be expected. I love the sound. It sounds cheap. It sounds air-cooled, actually. Yeah. Is it me? Or does that sound air-cooled to you guys? It's not the most maneuverable. Just gonna put that out there. And yuck! I don't use this part of the map nearly as much as I probably should. Oh, get that one wheel peel, brah. How do I get out of here? Oh, it's got pretty decent suspension. You see how Easily goes over rough terrain. How do I get out? Where's the exit? I don't want to use the map. I just want to find the exit. Sounds pretty realistic. I like it. It's a bit loud, but it still sounds pretty decent. Sounds okay off-road. Wouldn't an NA engine from automation technically be air-cooled? No. Huh? I don't understand what it is. You're trying to say that it cools the intake? Cheap car, cheap tires, no grip. Except these are not cheap tires. They're narrow. But they're sports compound. So I am going to give them a fail on that. I made a car, red roadster, weighs 800 kilograms and has 120 horsepower. If that was an older car, it would be much lighter. If it was a newer car, that's not a sports roadster power-to-weight ratio that you would normally see. Especially with their ability to get power out of small engines these days with turbos. I think the days of non-turbo sports cars is quickly closing off. Especially small cars. Small sports cars without turbos, I don't know if you're ever going to see one ever again. They're probably done for. I think the XR4 was the last one ever. God damn it. I don't know this map very well. I just know the racetrack and that's about it. But only one of them, and you can't ask me which one because I don't know. How do I... Take me over to the racetrack. God damn it. I am liking this though. This is satisfying to drive. Pretty good. Perfect. 8 out of 10. Oh dear. Mud. Oh, okay. You know what? Plowed through there quite nicely. So that's the advantage of skinny tires. But if you slow down, then you kind of probably boned. Hard long life would fit a cheap car like this a lot better. A hell of a lot better. It'd be so much better. Like, overall, the price from the manufacturer wouldn't be that much different. But for the manufacturer themselves, it would constitute a significant savings. Also, people wouldn't want to buy a car where they'd have to buy expensive tires for. In the grand scheme of things, for like a... How much was this car? $14,000. You're probably looking about an extra $50 to $100 to get sports tires on this car from factory. But nobody would ever do it. People would just go, I just want good economical tires that last a long time. Unless it's a modern car, maybe? Wait, what are we talking about? Even finding modern non-eco, modern eco non-turbo cars is going to get even rarer and rarer. It's just, they basically blame it on the EU, which is fine. I actually have nothing wrong with turbo cars. I think turbo cars are cool. I love the engineering and science behind it. But it's a different sort of thing. I also really like naturally aspirated. That's not slow for a little power. Feels pretty... It does. It feels pretty fun. How much does this weigh? 800 kilos. I feel that this car probably would have weighed a little bit less than that, maybe? Being so small? I don't know. Is that a ladder chassis? I don't know. They don't have that in there. It's also got a solid axle, so they've probably gone really cheap, which probably means a ladder chassis. Oh, modded car, maybe. Sorry, I thought you said mod. My bad. Still, I don't know what it was you were trying to say, because my memory is bad. Alright, I like this car. Let's go ahead and give it a fail score. Any tips on decreasing BeamNG weight? Don't try it. It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. Look at that guy. Nah. My cars are always much heavier in beam. You could potentially add buoyancy to the body, but still you've got the inertia. This is the problem. You said weight, not mass. So you can decrease the weight. That's easy. Ugh. Yeah, let's go ahead and give ourselves the first fill score of the stream. Is that how you do it? Yes, it is. Okay. Styling. Oh. No. So we'll get it back in the je ne sais quoi factor, but this is not a looker. Front, side, or rear. It has lots of cool details that I love, but that's not a good looking score. That's a je ne sais quoi score. So, styling. Like, 3. It's not ugly. It's just really not good looking. It is very bland and mild. We'll give it a 4 maybe. Acceleration. You know, it feels okay. We'll give it a 4. A 3 maybe? It is on the eco side. Which acceleration on top end will probably get a lot weaker. Handling. You know, it feels pretty good. We'll give that like a 7. It's pretty fun. Fun factor. 10. It's fun to drive. Rip that handbrake on, front wheel drive, doesn't matter. You're not going to spin. Go for your last. Go your hardest. Cool factor. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be that cool. Like, a lot of people aren't going to look at old Alfa Romeos and think cool. Only car people really know. Even then, you have to be car people that actually like cars, not just go, hey, I got a really cool, expensive car. I like it. Like, that sort of car person, they're not going to know what an old Alfa is most of the time. Especially now that Top Gear is off. Not really a good thing anymore. I was about to say off the air, but it's not actually. It may as well be. And the Grand Tour isn't really happening and hasn't really happened properly for years now. Trackability. I know, yeah, but it's not really going to be a track car. Features. Did it have a radio? Yes, it does. And it has some switches on there. That's probably for high beams and low beams. And maybe a horn. So, 3, I don't know, comfort. It's a bit noisy. It's going to be quite tinny. The ride was okay. Off-road was a bit of a problem. Seats look decent. Not the most comfortable. They're not really buckety, but they're also not terrible. Leg room. Is that meant to be like the fold-down centerpiece? I think that's what that's meant to be. I think this is meant to be a 5-seater. They just didn't have the empty void there. Decent leg room. A little bit cramped. It's not going to be the most comfortable. We'll give that like a 6. Quality. It's very cheap. I don't know what country it's from. I think our music is run to the end of that list. It's very cheap. So we'll go like 5, I think. But you know, the feel would also be very cheap as well. So maybe we'll go a 4. Because it is very cheap. What was it, a Boxer? Yeah. Cheap and Boxer, probably not the two things to put together. So, yeah, we'll leave that as that. Practicality. I mean, it's a hatchback, but a lot of it is taken up by the rear seat. It just doesn't feel great back there. So we're going to go with a 6, maybe? It's usable. Front-wheel drive means it's going to be tricky to back out of a puddle if you accidentally go off the road, especially with an open diff. Value? It's very cheap, but also you're not getting a lot of car. I mean, it's okay, but it's not the cheapest out there. We'll go like a 6, because used market value, they're probably pretty good. Ongoing costs, especially the weight distribution slider. What? Sliders do nothing, don't bother. Quality sliders do the weight distribution and the lightness slider that's in there as well. And for some reason as well, the quality slider for safety. Those all don't change things. Ongoing costs. I mean, it's a Boxer cheap engine, so it's going to need to be repaired semi-regularly. Decent probably on fuel for its day, probably not by today's standards. So we're going to go like a 6 on that. Parts will probably be relatively cheap, kind of like a Yugo sort of thing, baby. I don't know how cheap the Yugo parts are. They never came to Australia. J-Beam editing. I don't... Ah! Whoa! What? What just happened? it took off on its own. I wasn't holding the controller. Yeah. I don't think this has any J-Beam editing in it. Yeah, nah. Alright. J-Beam editing, nothing on that. Would I buy it? Maybe. The je ne sais quoi factor, 10. It looks so good. The attention to detail on the modeling here that you've done for like the little bits and bobs. Like just this slatted bit here looks good. The number plate stuff, all of that. The keyhole without the lift up bit. The bumper bar looks good. Slides look good. The interior was great. We saw that. The choice of lights on the front here. Got little squirters on the front as well. The bumper bar, once again, looks good. A little extra ventilation down here, which a lot of people miss. Good. I don't know if that's a body line or you put that on there, because that also looks good. That's usually like a seam line. That you would actually have a seam line there. I have it on my Volvo 360. Yeah, just really, really likable car. The realism and commonality. Wrong tires, wrong engine. I'm not a fan of that. Also, it feels like maybe it has a little bit more power than a lot of these cars would make, unless it's like an SS model. Not the SS from the German army. But it does have an S on there, so maybe it is a sports version. But SS is in Super Sport, I believe, is what it usually stands for, I think. I don't know. So 6? It's quite realistic. And a score of 86. Yeah, bruh! 86! Love it! Woo! How does it feel? Welcome, Michael Mischewski. How's it going? That is quite the name. Javo, welcome. Not like all wrong engine. Alfa Romeos of the day used boxer engines. Alphas weren't cheap though, were they? Or were they? I don't think they were. I don't think Alphas have ever been that cheap. Over 86, that's pretty amazing. Yeah. I might have to make one of the emojis 86 maybe. I don't know. Best number. Alright. Love it. Let's move on to the next car. Ah, the BAC crossbow sort of looking thing. Let's take that to automation test track since... I don't know. Wait, did it have a number plate on it? I'm not sure. 8 out of 10 number? 86 for EcoBox? Yeah. The original VW Beetle used a box of 4. This is much later than the original, and that was from the 40s. So, not really applicable. That was made for a very long time. And what year was that car? Was 77? Yeah, no. Or 75. It does look like it has what's meant to be a number plate there. This is a concept car, though. And a concept car would probably be taken around a track like this. I want to see what the headlights do. Yep, the headlights do light up. I love the LED light bar looking thing. Oh, that feels good. I think the problem is that the engine is too tall. So you'd probably want something more like a V engine. Wow. This thing somehow oversteers and understeers. Not at the same time, though, which is really annoying. This is weird. I think if you had to fix up the collision mesh, a lot of this would have been fixed. Don't worry, we're all fine. Damn it! Alphacid, the Alphacid was a cheap one. Was it a boxer engine in the Alphacid? Didn't use Soviet steel. Okay, fair enough. It couldn't be a concept car because it moved. Actually, a lot of concept cars, you're right, didn't move. There are a few that did though, and this looking like a concept car probably would have moved to a certain pound. Whether it would have been good or not, yeah, that's up for debate. Slow down. I like how it feels like it doesn't have a lot of power, but yet still has a lot of power. I think we're going to turn ESC off now and see how that goes. Ah, It's a DCT transmission, so this is not meant to be a cheap car. You know, feels a lot better without ESC on, but it still managed to suspend. Alpha Sud had a Boxer 4 engine to keep the bonnet blind light. Okay. Gonna love those trash low quality Italian cars from the 70s. Alright. More what so that's why I put in realism and commonality. It's not just how real it is, because there's always one car that goes against the rules, or like two cars like the Volkswagen, but the Volkswagen was due to differences. More of a combination of different things that came together to make that happen on its own. It's a very rare thing to see a Boxer on a cheap car. This is not great at handling, I'm going to be honest. It's kind of like shit. Also, I would have loved if it was a manual or what they call an automatic shifter, automatic manual now, which is still just a basically a what would you call it? Sequential. It's still basically a sequential. A lot of places though called it an automatic manual, like Formula 1 called it an automatic manual for a long time. Yeah. I think sequential is probably a more apt name, since there are automatically controlled manuals. But I get why they wanted to put that all under the one umbrella. Fair enough. It's also, it also probably wouldn't use a bike engine if it's a DCT. Potentially. I mean, it still might be a bike engine in here, but I don't think... Is there an inline 4 bike engine, or like, is that a common thing? I don't think that's very common. This is weird music. I was hearing weird things, and I'm only just starting to cotton on that is weird music that's playing those weird sounds. Alright, now that I'm getting used to this, it's a lot better. Brakes are better than what I thought. Oh, almost clipped the inside of that tire bundle just then. Ah, that was my bad. I overpowered a little too early. This is a weird song. Everyone calls them automatic manual because at some point actual objects were automatically when they were banned. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Looks like a Honda concept featured in Gran Turismo. Really? Gran Turismo Honda concept. I'm gonna turn my heater off now, it's getting a little bit too hot. Okay, apparently my enter button isn't working for YouTube search again. No, so... Open wheeler. There we go. Maybe, yeah. I kind of get it, because, like, the cradle seat outside of the car. The fact that it's only shown with one seat and the other side is covered up, I probably would make it more like a KTM crossbow. Is that how you spell crossbow? With a K? No, okay, they did spell it with a C. Alright, my bad. So yeah, the two seats, the kind of split design. No, that looks more mirrored. Maybe I am wrong. But yeah, that's kind of more what I was thinking. But I think it's kind of somewhere in between. They've created their own thing, and I like it a lot. This is pretty cool. They've used very basic shape to make a really cool car. And if you're nice to the car, it's nice to you back. So I like it a lot. It feels rewarding to drive well. Except sometimes it'll just bite your face off. So, this is the best car ever. 8 out of 10? Is that what we go for? Nah. It's a concept car, so we're not going to give it a full fill score. I'd probably give it... It's not the most powerful car in the world. It's not the easiest car to drive in the world. Design is pretty freaking awesome. I do like a lot of it. Its high-speed stability is phenomenal. Probably because of the downforce. But it's just not very fast. And that, like, sketchiness. I want to give it, like, an 8.5. It's not a 9. It looks great, though. Maybe I should give it a 9. It does look great. Is there any J-beaming here? No, not by the looks of it. Okay, yeah. So, about an 8.5-ish. Maybe an 8. No, I can't give it a 9. If anything, it looks like the Suzuki GSX-4 concept in GT4. Actually, never mind. That looks nothing alike. Okay, then. Welcome, mans! It's... My birthday is the 7th of June. Oh, that's tomorrow, then. Well, happy birthday for tomorrow. If you're on my Discord, I will give you a happy birthday there, too. If you remind me, because I will forget. If only it had right-hand drive, it could get an 8 out of 10. Oh, it would get higher than an 8 out of 10. 8.9? No. Control, the next car is... You know what, we'll leave that this one on this map as well. Front-wheel drive, American turbo sports car. I do remember them saying that this is a turbo car. And somebody also mentioned that it looked like something else. BeamNG, honestly, you need to get your shit together. Oh, no, that's backwards. For having a turbo, it's actually surprisingly slow. Ah! Front brakes locked up. Over rev brakes. That wasn't my fault, that was your fault. Ah. Or BeamNG is not having fun with this automation car, is it? Okay, so it handles okay. Fairly smooth on the big Evanson S. Coming down into, I can't remember what this corner is called. But then we got, what's Van Hammerhead? BeamNG, please. Ugh. Slow corners are not its friend. So very American. We're now going to see what it's like on a banked corner, which is very important for Americans. Understeer, understeer, understeer. Ah! Wow, that was not good. It feels very American. It'll take 8. No, it wasn't an 8.9. This was like an 8. The other one was like an 8.7. Is probably what I'd give that one. For a concept car, I liked a lot about it. For a man living in the future, it's still 5th of June here in the US. Nope, it's the 6th for me. I can't help that the US is drunk. 0.8 bar is pretty high for a turbo street car. It's a little bit higher than normal, yeah, I'd say. If it doesn't have a compression ratio of 8 or 8.5 to 1, then the compression ratio may be a bit high. How heavy is it since it's pretty slow? I don't know. It might be quite heavy. You know what? Looks to be maybe somewhere around 500? Sorry, 800? Oh, nope. It's over a ton. Which, for a car like this, that is a bit heavy. I probably would have guessed that a car like this would have been like 900 to 1,000. It being over 1,000, closer to 1,100? Probably not. You know what? Actually, what was that other car? I can't remember what that was. Was it here that we had to look for it? What the hell? No, it was before the FT86. Targa Top. Holden's, okay. I'm remembering everything that I've searched for so far. Here we go. The 80 Selby Charger. Curb. Wait. I suck at spelling. 1985 curve weight. Oh, okay, you know what? No, it is actually about right for weight. It's actually lighter than what the car that it looks very similar to is based on. If it's not actually meant to be a replica, it might be, I don't know. I think the problem is that he was... Understeering going right. Americans only turn left. Oh, you're right. All right, let's turn it down here then. And we'll be going left this time. Guess it makes sense. American cars are overweight just like that. Oh. Harsh bud, bro. Harsh bud. But you're wrong. Oh, you're not wrong. Gage Dykstra, how's it going? Do you slow down for free roam camera? Do I slow down the free roam camera? It depends. Sometimes I do. Oh my god, that was bad. That was really bad understeer. Alright, let's stick off the leaves and see if that gives us a bit of a help. Also, I feel this will probably be an automatic. Being an American car. And then the bowl. I mean, it's a much more severe bowl, but it did better then. Oh my god, I almost forgot about the stream. Okay, Rico. Welcome, SBR. How's it going, bro? Yeah, this is alright, actually. Doing pretty good. I mean, it understeers like crazy, but that is what I would expect. Is the creator of this car here? We get around this corner. Yeah, if you take corners just a little bit slower and a little bit more sensibly, it does pretty good. I'm gonna go through Kill Rob Chicane and then we'll give it a stop and have a look at who made it. Yeah, that's alright. Alright, let's go have a look at who made it. I have to look it up. This is the Omnibus. Something or other turbo. I haven't written it down. Oh dear. Alright. That's not the right one either. Here we go. This is the tab I wanted. Oh no, I'm right on it. Nice. A 2.2 liter turbo all-wheel drive. Try on foreign sports. I don't know what that means. Mullets included as standard. So, fan-diddly-tastic. That's all the information we got, unfortunately. Alright. Who made it? This is MVDS GNCW. You know what? I'm going to make a rule. Put down whether you want me to do a full fill score or not. I don't want to give this one a full fill score because I feel it'll severely be handed. Because I love this car for a lot of it. Understeery, like what you'd expect. A little bit wallowy. Shitty front-wheel drive performance car. For some reason, they make that combination, but don't do it well like the Brits do. It's got the Targa roof. They've shown attention to detail here on the side. The rear taillights look great. If you want to know how I slow down the free roam camera, by the way, it's Alt and scroll wheel. Scroll down for speed down. Oh, that's right, they did this. That's 2 out of 10. No, I'm joking. What running gear do we have? That's radial sports compound. That's probably unlikely. Torsion beam seems fine. 2-piston vented brakes. Probably not vented brakes on this car. Probably still very cheap for an American car. But then again, if it's like the sports version made by Shelby, maybe they would have upgraded that. I don't know. I don't know what Shelby was like as a car tuner, to be honest. And I can't be bothered researching an entire car just to see how accurate they were. It looks so good, especially from the front. I don't want to give a higher score than the last one, but I feel I really want to. Maybe. I don't know. I'll give it another 8.7 because I think they're both equally as cool for their own respects. Like, this one drives like shit, but you wouldn't expect it to drive better because it's an 80s front-wheel drive sports car. And it's probably the quality is really low on it. Next car is... Hey, no British track. We could take it to Italy, but I don't want to. So yeah, we'll just leave it here. oh my god, I almost forgot about blah blah blah. Hello there, how's it going? I'm doing okay. My voice is hurting though. Hey Phil, when in free roam camera, how do you? Okay, I've already answered that one. Midget Man, this is your car. Do you want a full fill score or a simple fill score? Yes, the MX-5. I mean, it is a little bit like an MX-5, sure. I am going to point out once again the oxymoron in your description. Maybe you were the moron in the description for giving it that description, but Hey, by Midget Man. I think I forgot to put in the anyway. Reliable British roadster. That is an oxymoron. But I now have noticed, I didn't notice it last time, somewhat. I think kind of makes it a little bit more fair game, sure. And doubles is a great cruiser too, when it's not broken at least, which, yeah. Now I get it a lot more, I do approve of it a lot more. 7 seconds, 0 to 100. That's pretty good. For what year? 1962, that's pretty good. Full fill score, please? Okay then, fair enough. Triumph TVR vibes? A little bit of TVR, yes. Triumph, a little bit less, no. A little bit MGF, a little bit Jag. But that's mostly the body, but I get it. Why does it cock a wheel so easily? We got radials. Don't worry, we're all good. Nothing happened there. Didn't hit the wall at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the corner? Sure, why not? Is this thing rear engine? No, it is front engine. God, it's so spinny. It's a really short wheelbase, that's why. Open diffs, yeah, I know. Open diffs tend to do that, but it's like a little bit more than what you'd expect. Like, you don't usually open wheel peel quite so easily in a corner. Like that. Maybe it's too much power? Because these things, as I was saying earlier, usually very gutless. They would usually just grab, like, most of the time, a Ford engine or something like that. Like, that's what Lotus did a lot of the time. Little 4-cylinder, between 30 to 60 horsepower at most. Actually, how much power does this make? You put in a 0 to 100. 122 horsepower? That is way too much horsepower for a car of this era. For this price range? Hold on, what's the price? $16,000? Yeah, that is way too much power for this era and price range and stuff. Yeah, it is a very short wheelbase, you are correct. I think giving this thing more like, if you wanted to push it, you probably could have maybe made 75 horsepower. 122 is too much for this time period, price, and size of car. I mean, I showed, again, from the 50s, not much earlier, and for a long time into the 60s as well, the Lotus 7. Oh, too much oversteer. Yep. Your high-speed stability leaves something to be desired. This would have been labeled as a menace to society. Sorry to say that. Hey, Chris is back. You're not going to tell me that this is a Dodge Charger or Challenger, are you? God damn it, Chris. Don't do that to me, bro. Anyway, I love it. Handling is not great. Not great at all. Let's go ahead and give it a fill score. Styling. It looks pretty darn stylish. There's a lot to like here. Not as good as the other cars we've seen so far today, but pretty decent. One of which that I would like to point out is your bumper cutoff is maybe a little bit too abrupt. In this sort of time period, especially with such a rounded body, they probably would have gone a rounded bumper as well. So let's give that styling maybe like a 7. Pretty good. Not probably the one which everyone looks back to with like absolute reverence. Acceleration. Pretty decent for its time, but not by supercar standards. Handling. 5, it's okay. 4. It's dangerous. Fun factor 6. I mean, if you want to be fun with it. But then again, it's a little too spinny. Cool factor. I mean, being known as a killer of people probably would have been really cool. But then again, kids wouldn't know what it is. They'd just be like, oh yeah, that car looks cool, but not know like the full breadth of how cool it is. You park that next to a Countach, the kid's going to look at the Countach more. Trackability. 3, because it's dangerous. Features, because its high-speed stability is terrible. Features, what do we got here? We have a radio, and by the looks of it, no air conditioning or anything. It's got a sunroof, so we'll give it like a 2. Oh, you know what, 3. Comfort. It's a bit loud, a bit scary, probably not the most comfortable tires. I believe they're meant to be, those are crossplies, so yes, accurate, though not great for feel. Seats, no headrest or anything. Kind of look a little bit comfortable. 6, it is convertible. A lot of people like the comfort that having an open head of air feels. Quality. British. You said relatively reliable. Also, the build quality doesn't ever really feel particularly great. So we'll give it like a really high British score. I'm thinking like 3 out of 10 for a 60s British car. Especially since it doesn't have a Ford cheap engine in it. It has like some sort of engine from a lesser reliable company. Ford were just known as really good reliable companies. That's why Ford's engines got used a lot by a lot of different companies. Practicality. 2 seats, small boot. 2. Value. They're probably really freaking expensive, these sorts of cars. What was their price back in the day? Relatively cheap. So like the MGBs, they're probably somewhere around, I don't know, a high price. Let's actually go have a quick look at Gumtree and MGB. That was MBG. There we go. Cheapest category, cars and vehicles. Cars, vans, and utes. 31 of them. 10,000. Wow. Oh, no, those are wanted. Feature. No. Offering type. Offering. Okay. $14,000 for the cheapest complete one. But not the one that people really want. This is also a 70s one. 1980s. This is probably a little bit more accurate. So $17,000. That's not bad. I mean, you're going to have to do a lot of work to it, but that's more of the ongoing costing. So value, maybe we'll give that like, because it's a classic car, like a 7. That's pretty decent. Ongoing costs. It's British. Even though it's a 4-cylinder, that's 4-cylinder old school technology, so not very fuel efficient. And they go like a 3 out of 10. Yeah, it's not going to be great, especially being, it's a Boxer, right? Yeah, British Boxer, probably not a great idea. Not a good choice. J-Beam editing. I don't believe there was any. Would I buy it? 8. Looks pretty darn cool. A little bit dangerous, but I think I could fix that in my own way. And out of my price range. So take 2 points off of that, I suppose, whatever. The je ne sais quoi factor. Pretty darn high. I still disagree with the door card thickness, but aside from that, I feel a lot of it is already represented, so we'll just give that like a 6. Realism, commonality. I feel the tires are way too thick. Like, let's have a look at those MGBs. Hold on. Oh, that's 70s. Hold on. And nope. Don't do... Damn it. All right, MGB again. 1972, no. Sure, let's have a look at this one. Alright. Open image new tab. So, fairly narrow. Those don't look very narrow, and they look maybe a little too bulbous even for radials. Oh, sorry, for cross slides. I think the realism and commonality is not going to be great. Maybe like a 6 out of 10. Unique, British, small. I feel the tires don't fit quite right, especially since they probably would have been hard long lives as well. And that engine, not likely to fit in such a small, narrow body. Let's have a little bit more of a look at the engine. Is it push rod? No, it's overhead valve. 4 valves. 4. 77. That's still actually a really good score for a car from the 60s. Next car is... okay. Which map has kind of good off-roady sort of... I suppose... You know what? No, there is actually an off-roady part here. Let's bring that out. And we'll just take it to the off-road part and we'll take it up the hill. How do you ask for a car to be in these streams? In the description, there is a description there on how to do it and links. Alright. Right here, F7. Boing. The Lamborghini Huracan Charger, the fastest Lamborghini Charger made. What? I'm confused. That's a Lamborghini? What are we talking about? What? Also, welcome, Cool Boss. How's it going? Very good. You missed like 15 A's in the middle of the G and the J there. Slightly Aston Martin? Yeah, maybe a little bit on the last one. Instructions are in the description. Thanks. Hey, Jumbo Jacob, welcome. Big fat SUV, very big, very fat. All right, let's see how it goes with its off-roadness. I love how tall and narrow the tires are. That's fantastic. Oh yeah, also, one thing I wanted to point out that I noticed when moving this car around, I needed to. What's up with that steering angle? Did Ekai Min make this car? Like, what is that? Let's have a look. Control E. Jupiter Windsor Village Cruiser. Jupiter Windsor Village by Billy Joe Red. I don't think I've seen them in chat today. You're right, it does have a low RPM threshold. 1965, yeah, I mean, they would be low RPM at that point, but diesel even lower, I think. I feel that diesel will probably rev even lower from the time period. Oh my god, did you see all of the parts break off just then? My goodness. Why have they done this to the steering? I don't understand. That growl though, it does sound pretty good. Yes, an SUV with a Wisefab kit? Is that meant to be like a steering angle thing? Drift steering? Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. I think I've damaged the steering because it angled too much when I hit that curb. Got water on my mustache now. Got the wet beard. Can you go up? God damn. Alright, you know what? To make sure this thing handles well, we're going to go to lockers and give it a different try. Oh, it's automatic. Okay. Yep, this is an American thing. A little bit bouncy there. Way too bouncy, way too rough. But actually does the job. Good, okay. Hey, William, how's it going? Hey, what's up? How are you doing, guys? How are guys doing? Sounds like a diesel? It doesn't sound like a diesel, if I'm gonna be honest. It sounds like a V8. I think this body is just like that for automation. What? The steering? Really? Is that really a thing? I remember making a car with this body and moving the wheels would break off under max steering angle. Ah, okay. I understand. Almost didn't watch just then. But it does have low down grunt. Let's see how much low down grunt. Where is the banking? Okay. I think banking is pretty harsh around here. No, not as harsh as what I would have thought. Let's get it here, and then take off. Good. Even with like slight throttle, it's still got enough torque to pull us up. Probably just intentional because of solid axles. I don't know. Front suspension sometimes gives really big steering angle. Ah, I didn't know that. Dadmobile TM? What? It is inspired by something like a Ford Bronco. That's what I kind of got the feeling of, but I don't know for certain. It's a little too bouncy. Suspension is just too bouncy. God, that suspension wiggle when I landed. Maybe stiffer springs, softer... No. Softer springs, stiffer dampeners. That's generally the rule for off-roading. I love how it wallows, though. It's still wallowing. Yeah, it took a little bit of time there to stop wallowing. Billy Joe Red, let's go have a look at this car. Where is it? Is it one of these invisible ones that I can't see? No. Yes, okay. Powered by that. 8 seats are to... Wait, 8? 3, 6... Oh, it is 8 seats. Yeah, you're right. There's a bench seat in the front. Low revving V8 and automatic gearbox. Just slap... 26 liters. Oh, okay. That's bad fuel economy. I think this is a petrol motor, just really low revving, like a lot of cheaper V8s from the day. My goodness. That's intense. 1,700 kilos as well. That's a lot of weight for a car at this time period. I do like it. There's a lot to love here. Unfortunately, yeah, they accidentally chose the wrong material and it's come out way too shiny. Let's go ahead and give them a fill score because I'm pretty sure they're going to want that for such an over-detailed car. Styling. It's an SUV. I hate it. But there's a lot of cool stuff there. I think that'll go more into the je ne sais quoi factor. We'll give that a 3. Acceleration. You know what? Actually, a 4. A lot of people would look at that and go, wow, that's cool Art Deco styling. And I like Art Deco. Whatever it's inspired reminds me of the 70s, 80s Ford SUV. Okay. Acceleration. Pretty darn slow. We'll give that like a 3. Handling. It's not great, even off-road. Let's try on-road because it's a family car. You're going to take it off-road at some point. Let's go the handling circuit. So far, doing okay. Understeer. Alright, let's try with the lockers off as how you would normally drive on a normal road. Maybe even disconnect the front drive axle. Let's refresh it just in case as well. So it does 5 kilometers a liter? Oh dear. So it really is American. Might have just a really big fuel tank as well, hopefully. If it's 60s, that's still a station wagon. Sure, I mean, you could call it that. Oh, lots of understeer. Trying my best here without having to like go in and change tire pressures. This thing is not great at handling. I feel it's not going to be justified very well with its total full score. But anyway, handling. 2. Fun factor. I mean, it's off-roading, so you can get a little bit of fun there, but it's also not fast. So fun factor would be like a 3. Cool factor. There is a lot of cool factor in America, but not here in Australia. So get like a 6. A lot of kids would be like, wow, that's a cool looking car, and that'd be about it. Trackability. Features. Just moving on from that one. We have air and a radio, but no cassette player. So like 2. Comfort. It's a bit stiff on the suspension. Seats look okay. Legroom seems fine. The back may not be the most comfortable facing backwards while driving. I can never imagine that being comfortable. I think we're at the end of that playlist. No, we're not. We're just at the end of a song. It's not ending. All right. Comfort. It's nice and quiet. feels like a smooth engine, but it's just the suspension is cruddy. So we'll get that a 5. Quality. I mean, it's old America. So, like, built with lesser good materials might be the way of putting that. Before plastics, though, that break. I mean, they're the sort of vehicle you'd have to tinker on all the time. As you know, project cars, like that one would have to be. It's not going to be the most reliable car. So we'll get that, like, a 6. Nothing's going to break, per se. You're just going to have to keep maintaining certain things. Practicality. Lots of seats, so that's very practical. Off-roading, still very practical. The practicality of that horrible fuel usage, so it means you're going to have to be at the fuel station a lot. That's going to hurt you a little bit, and it's also probably abysmal at parking. And parking is a very important thing for cars. So we'll get that, like, a 6 or a 7. A 7, because, like, the ability to take a lot of people is still very practical. It's just very unsafe. I'd like to put practicality and safety in 1, maybe. Or something, I don't know. Value. These are probably worth way too much. So we're going to give value of, like, a 4. Ongoing costs. Sure, moving on. JVM editing, I don't believe there was any. Apart from that steering, but you said that's real, so default, so we'll go with that. Would I buy it? No. The je ne sais quoi factor, 10. That styling job they've done to, like, get the exact details that they want everywhere, that's pretty good. Along with a whole bunch of other things that I feel aren't really represented in the thing. Realism. It's quite realistic. I think a 10 again. So a score of 62, well, that's not a good score. I suppose there is 3 categories that are completely empty. So, I mean, it makes sense, but still, that feels harsh to say. Realistic handling, because 60s off-roaders are terrible to handle on the road. Yeah. -1 on track. I think that's a good score. Sorry, I don't think that's a good score, which is why I would have liked to have given that a full score. That's what I meant to say. Sorry, my bad. Let's move on to the next one. You said this was a Tatra, right? Let's go give it a try on the handling circuit, which is where you'll take these sorts of vehicles, right? It's amazing how it looks like a Challenger at the front and a Charger at the back. They've also done a very good job of making the lights wrap around. I just want to stop and appreciate that. That is something that I will rarely ever do. Hasn't worked quite well if you have a look at it from this angle. But from here, that looks rather good. Here it looks passable. But, how do they do this? Yeah, I think they just use cutaway materials and stuff. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out quite well. What you could have done instead is taken the overlay material, which I'm assuming is one of those body molding patchwork fixture things, is made it smaller and put lots of small ones around, possibly. I don't know exactly. And that would have given you more resolution on the polygonal thing there, which means it would have fit more properly. More properly? Me do English, yes. The Dodge Charger looking car, the previous one, the SUV, right? No, looks nothing like a Dodge Charger. Ah, yes, the Ford Camaro. I agree. It's the Ford Hellcat. Lol, no, this is the car I said reminded me of the Dodge Charger. This one? Oh, why didn't you just say so? Ah! I think this is a Ford Mustang, and every corner is the Cars and Coffee. Ah! This thing handles like garbage. Isn't this the Shelby Z28? I mean, it might be. I don't know. Ah! Ah! Oh, this is... Alright, you know what? Let's try pussyfooting. Oh, it doesn't have, like, any sort of traction aids. I think that would make this car drivable. Yeah, okay. If I'm pussyfooting it, it's a lot safer. Yeah, you just have to be very weak on the accelerator. Understeer. I think that was more kind of the way I entered the corner though. This thing is just bad. It's just bad. Very American. Watch my video on Philman 86 suspensions all over your face. Maybe I will do an update. Some people were saying if I haven't learned anything more since then, I think there is more to add to that. I think also partly what the problem is I just realized, even though this would come with sports tires, it has hard long lives on there, which I think is making it considerably worse, which you would not find on a car like this. Not even on a police car would you find tires this cheap and nasty. Looks like a Dodge, drives like a Ford. Yep, sounds about right. Nearly just ended me laughing a bit too hard. Okay. Look, Mum, it's a Chevy Hurricane. Ah, Plymouth Trans Am. I'm trying to think of one now. It's a Volvo LaFerrari. There's a juxtaposition and also the stupidity of the name. Alright. I don't think I'm going to give this thing a full fill score because it's half-baked in its completion. What has it got for rear suspension? Independent. Okay, fair enough. Wait, what year was this? What's the name of the car? The Continental SL. Continental SL, but the canola, yes. Is that canola skies? Maybe? I don't know. Dodge goes out of making muscle cars and starts making Ford Transit cars. Okay. $35,000, very cheap. 2005. I would almost say that this could do with a solid axle being 2005 as well. 6 out of 10. There's a lot to like here. The interior is pretty good. The exterior has a lot of good points to it. The handling leaves a lot to be desired. And you could have made it maybe a little bit more American, I'm not sure. Like, have the bumper stick out a little bit further on the front. But there is a lot of good detail here, I will put it that way. I don't know about there being so much chrome, though. Let's have a look at the, Dodge Challenger. Yeah. Can we have a look from the side? Profile. Okay, it's a little bit hard to see, but the bumper does come out a little bit further than the front area. Here, it's almost in line. But no, yeah, it does come out a little bit, but not as much as the Charger, and the Charger's one still is quite subtle. 6. I like it, but you've got a lot to go there. There's a lot to be desired, so it could really is an American car then? Maybe. Welcome, Border 140 team. You could maybe call this a, yeah, like a Ford Mustang sort of thing. Ugh. It's sketchy as balls, bro. Hey, we got this car. This is meant to be a... I don't want to take it to Pikes Peak. It's probably too crazy, and I know the automation test track enough to be able to drive it better. All right, let's give this one a go on automation test track. We'll leave the ESC on first. The suspension is way too soft. I'm sorry if this is too loud. There's something wrong with the suspension here. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, suspension is too soft. Way too soft. See that lurch we're getting on the front there? Way too much lurch. I know this thing has like, I think 2,600 horsepower, but still, that's too much. Could do with a little bit more front drive. gives me ideas of cyberpunk car. No, it is just a track car. I think I lost some of my hearing. It is very loud. And I thought Le Mans car was loud. Also, I just want to double check. For you guys, are you getting letterboxing in the stream right now? Throw the Nissan IDR. I feel that they've done some Gavian trickery here. They've not done it quite right. Suspension's too soft. Too much front traction. We might take thing off. Let's take ESC off and see how it handles for now. Probably gonna make it work first, but I might get that. I think it does a wheelie. That's crazy. That does a wheel. Hold on. Let's bring that up. Get that speed up. We're in slow motion. Yep. It's doing a wheelie, for God's sake. Wait, what sort of tires do these have again? I've forgotten. Ah! Hard long lives, yeah. That's surprising. What do you mean it's too loud? I can't hear a thing. IDR, but not realistic. Stupidly overpowered, guaranteed to kill you as soon as you think about it. I don't know. A race car driver would be more adept at driving it. Tires clearly have been modified. I'm pretty sure they have been. Yeah. I'm not going to give this a full first score. One, it's a race car. Nope, wrong one. Grid map. Let's see how much downforce we're creating. Alright, the rear, 480-ish. About 400. So about a ton on the rear. It feels like this sort of car should have stronger suspension. And, I'm just gonna turn that off. A stronger suspension and more grip to one side more than the other. Also, fix this gooseneck. Way too buff. I think my ears are falling out. Suspension is maximum stats automation allows. Really? This is maximum stiffness. Yeah, right. Maybe it is max stiffness. Wait, did you use standard springs or progressive? Progressive I find is stiffer. Anyway. It looks fairly good. You've done a lot of effort to make this body work. This body is usually really super hard. You've thought outside of the box and everything. Really cool. Unfortunately, probably too much power and not enough good feeling. It doesn't feel good to drive. This is a modern day Lotus 78? Maybe. Loads of rear downforce, powerful yet unreliable engine. I have more overpowered the grip. Yeah. It just doesn't feel right. Something's not good here. So I'm going to give it a 7.99. It's almost a perfect 8. Real lights kind of look like an 80s supercar. A little bit. I like the retro styling though. I do like it. There's just, it's, you know what, 7.5. The handling is not fun. Way too much power. Way too wobbly. The two together just don't work well. Look like a Ford GT. Okay. The elusive 8 out of 10. I just want to screw over my the people that have paid money for me by never giving them the 8 out of 10 moment. Because now I'm too self-conscious about it. This should take to... I don't think this is meant to be a Dakar truck. So they would take this around like their cars testing track. So that would probably be the automation test track. So we're taking it back. Okay. The complete 3D fixtures vehicle. If you can't tell, this is entirely, and if you're just joining, made out of 3D fixtures entirely. So when you get closer, you can see it. But from a distance, it's really hard to see. But everything is made out of 3D fixtures because they just wanted what they wanted. So they did it, which is amazing. Well done. 8 out of 10. Okay, good. So we do have a automatically controlled sequential thing. Unrealistic for a car like this. I feel it would be too heavy and put too much stress on the transmission itself. Sequentials are not known for being strong, is what I'm trying to get at. So it would most likely just be a straight up automatic. No DCT, no automatically controlled manual, no manual even most likely. It's probably just an automatic. Even if it's meant to be a race, just an automatic. Good old slush box, maybe an advanced one, who knows. But most likely just a slush box. Oh, that tire sound, that's cool. You know what I would love? Is if every individual square and everything was its own fixture. Meaning if I was to collide, the entire vehicle would fall away like Lego. That would be awesome. But I doubt that's going to happen because BeamNG. Oh, sorry, because automation. Also, I saw that the collision mesh matched probably. It's good stability. Alright, let's turn ESC off and see how it handles after that. This is a much better vehicle. And since this is a one-off, I don't know, do you want a fill score for a one-off? It normally wouldn't get one. What is happening to the rear suspension now? Oh, okay. It did detach. Not great under braking off camber corners. I don't add people that I don't know to my Steam friends list. So maybe don't ask. Ah! No, I tried to go a weight transfer, transferred too much. Wait, hold on. Oh no, it's not a... Oh, it just hangs in second gear for some reason. Weird, okay, so it's not an automatically controlled. This is a DCT, which you wouldn't have in a vehicle like this. Okay, not enough traction. I think you have a flat. Doubt it. Put car on top? I mean, I could. Alright. Oh, look how good my braking is. It's able to pull up in time. Alright, let's put on another car. I think you managed to sneak this one in somehow. I'm not sure how, but okay. We'll put that on the back, because this is also by you, right? Please be right. Ah. There we go. Okay. Oh, way too wobbly. Too far. Yeah, just a little bit more. A little bit more. Oh, nope, too far. God damn it. That's not the right fixture to pull. Oh, no, that's right. Now move the front over just a smidge. Good, okay. Very narrow fitting in here. Oh, that's as far forward as that's going to go. All right. Control T. Let's go ahead and start lining up some nodes. This is a weird song. Is that a Sonic sound effect? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay. Really? God damn it. Alright, we're gonna have to reset the car. That was the wrong one. Because for some reason, I can't remove attachments. And I don't know why it won't let me do it. You just actually can't. Alright, so... Right vehicle, good, okay. Control R. Oh, good, it stayed on top this time. That's rare. Good, there we go. Got one to stick. Is that from the right car? I can't tell. Hopefully that's worked right. Alright, let's get the front attached. One. Come on. Don't be like that. Don't be that guy. There we go. 2. Okay. Wrong vehicle. Ah, okay. Drive time. All that effort just so you can get the car on top. Let's give it a little bit more of a testy drive. Its high-end speed is hurting, but if it's meant to be a diesel, I like it. No, don't crash! It won't let me reset normally. No! I love this song. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's the, like, tragic 90s-ness of it. Okay, there we go. Alright. Try that again. Thing's a little too tit-happy. Normally, what would happen with a vehicle like this if it's meant to be towing? They would set it up to understeer as opposed to roll. So they wouldn't give it that much traction. Or they would try to lower the center of gravity more. Oh my god, again? So yeah, it would just, not so much understeer, but like 4-wheel slide. Or understeer, depending. Or if I just completely break the traction, so then the thing can't pull the G's that it wants to. Alright. Do you want a full fill score? It's probably not going to do particularly well on a fill score, but I'll do it if you want it. Let's get a full drifto on. Nah, okay. Yeah. It doesn't... It drifts way too easily for my normal style of driving. I have to realize that this car doesn't need to be overdriven. Needs more shock absorber. Full sounds fun? Oh dear. Okay then. Give you a full fill score then. This thing really wants to roll. Brakes are terrible. Absolutely atrocious. Had to use the handbrake to try to rein it in some more. Styling, it's a truck, but it kind of looks cool? Sure. Kids may not look at it, women may not look at it, most people may not look at it. Only a few people are going to look at that and go, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. And most of that is going to be purely because of the two-tone paint color. So, styling. 5, it's a truck. I mean, for a truck, it looks pretty good, I suppose. We'll give that a 6, maybe. Acceleration. It feels pretty moderate, but then it hurts in the top end, I think. Handling. I mean, it's okay. For a truck, it's good. But no, we'll give that a 5. Fun factor. It's fairly fun, but also pretty dangerous. So that'll come off of comfort, most likely. Cool factor. It's pretty darn cool. But most people aren't going to know that it's cool. Even if the paint job does look pretty cool. A lot of trucks have cool paint jobs, and I still think they look tacky. Who knows? Trackability. 7, I mean, it looks like it's meant to be a race truck, but race trucks aren't as good as a race car. Features. What do we got here? We have an iPad and an automatic DCT. Probably no radar-guided cruise control, probably just regular cruise control, stuff like that. Probably also not packed to the brim with all of the things like massaging seats. Yeah, it's got regular sorts of seats, so we'll get those features maybe like a 6. I don't know. I'm assuming it's not particularly high because it's a work vehicle. There's also no CD drive or cassette deck for me to put things in, so big hurt on the score there. Comfort for this. It looks fairly bouncy. Being a cab over, they're not comfortable compared to like a cab behind. I don't know what you'd call a normal cab position. I do like cab overs, but yeah, they're not as comfortable. Also, those race buckety seats, very low padding there. So that's going to get probably like a 4, sorry. I don't know why I was going to say 2, but anyway. Quality. You said it's like a limited production run, so it's not going to be particularly great. Also, running disc brakes on a car like that, not going to be great. Being a one-off, the build quality is not going to be the most amazing either. Practicality. Only 2 seats, not a bench seat, so if it's you and an assistant, you don't have room for whoever you're towing. But then again, it's for race cars. Still not very practical. A lot of the times these would have like an enclosed back end for race cars. 3, it's also really hard to park. That's going to be a major problem. Value, I don't think you put a price on this, did you? The XTT. $180,000, you did. Okay. It's not great value because you're not getting a race car and you're not getting a tow vehicle that you particularly want. So, 4 ongoing costs. 4, I feel it wouldn't be the worst. Is it German? No, it's Japanese. 5, J-Beam editing. I don't think there was any. Would I buy it? No. Je ne sais quoi factor. 10. Realism. 4. 5. Yeah. The handling is not particularly realistic with its ability to roll over. The being raced for the road, not really realistic. It's more of a concept sort of thing. So its commonality would be very low. I think a 5 is a good score there. So we got a score of... Hold on, let me... That's wrong. Make it really small. I can cover the 0 up, which gives you a perfect fill score. I can't get the mouse to stay still. 8 out of 10. Oh wait, no, like 160. That's bad. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm making fun. 8 out of 10. Good score, bruv. 5.1. What are we talking about now? I'm confuzzled. Anyway, I like it, but you've drained me. Remove others. Control E. Remove current. Control E. Final vehicle. The workhorse fleetility. Oh, fleet utility. This is an American one, so we'll take this to an American place. Let's take this to Utah, I think. And we'll take it to... Where's the work? There we go. Building site. Feels kind of what you might do with this vehicle. Though most of the time I'll actually probably just be driving around cities because people do that. Nobody ever really goes off-road these days. Only a few people really would. Wrong ute. There we go. Correct ute. That's a lot of power and a lot of interference from ESC. Why would I think that ESC is a better driver than me? It's a little bit soft. Gotta be honest. Even as American, if this is meant to be a work vehicle, it should be a little bit stiffer than that. Oh, that whip back. That whip back is really hard. If you don't know what I mean, it's like at the end of a drift or whatever, like the shake of the body coming back into alignment, coming under grip and whatnot. Fairly brutal. That's going to hurt its comfort score a lot. Ah! Oh, there we go. Drifto, 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 drifto. You know, I kind of am wishing now I had gone with the diesel one. It just doesn't look like a diesel vehicle, if I'm going to be honest. So, I'm happy to go with this. Ah! No, no, no! I mean, I was driving like a jackass, so that was to be expected. That was not the car's fault, that was my fault. Is there actually, apart from like, I think it's in Hawaii or whatever, a sky bridge that goes like that anywhere in America? And, no, this is a regular bridge. But like, that sky bridge, that sort of thing, is there really things like that in America? And here, it's like a bridge and a corner in one, which just seems like such a bad idea. Because, so, here's one of the reasons why you normally wouldn't have that. The stresses basically going on it. There's somebody on the outside in a really heavy vehicle having to do like a sudden late brake. It's gonna occasionally just add a little bit more fatigue every single time. Especially with the center point pickup, I feel that would become a problem. Which is why usually with bridges you don't see corners that much, and if you do, generally not that sharp. And if you do, once again, generally not single post like that. I don't know. The diesel one is more dangerous because more torque and it's rear-wheel drive. Oh dear. Being American, wouldn't this have a four-wheel drive option? Not for any particular reason, just like because it uses more fuel. But then again, nowadays people would hate that. And then be like, alright, let's go get the cheap and economical rear-wheel drive V8 instead. You know, it's not so bad. It's overpowered, which you would expect from a vehicle like this. Why? That's okay, because you expect that from this sort of car. Let's see what its high-speed stability is, considering that a lot of the times the people that buy these sorts of vehicles are probably the sort of people at speed. Feels rather stable. I like it.
Very stable.
Understeer, but that's to be expected from an American vehicle. Can we just... I don't want the impact detected stopping thing. I wish there was a setting in BeamNG which I could just do to turn them all off, as opposed to having to go into the code every single time and disabling it. I suppose I could just get rid of ESC altogether. Yeah, let's go do that. Automated engine, car assist, stability control off, traction control off. Let's hope that that does enough to get rid of the collision detector thing. Quick question: when could you test my car? Because I would like to edit it and need your opinion. So I'm on the last car. Did I miss it? It's not here. Silverstone Deluxe. Ah, okay. This is... Yeah, you have to make mods available. Yeah. So let me just bring up an example file from my drive. BeamNG 100. Right click. Then you go to share after right clicking on it. Then you go to change this, and usually this will default be set to restricted. Change that to anyone with a link and have that set to viewer, and then hit copy link, which will copy it, and then done. That's how you do it. I know that's not clear, and I get that. No, it's in the Reddit? Oh, okay, because I was looking for it. Alright, cool. Let's finish off a little bit more of a test of this car now that we have the ESC completely turned off. I wanted to test to see if impact detected. I think that does work. Alright. No clutch. Damn it. know it's American. Wait, does this have a DCT? No, that's not automatic. Okay, good. Yeah, that's to be expected. God, this is such a long tunnel. My goodness. Ah! Some more turns. Nope, still impact detected. God damn it. Alright, let's just go ahead and give this thing a fail score. Styling. I mean, I don't mind the front. It's a little bit flat, but it's okay. There's good detail in there. The side is okay. The rear, I hate. That is so gaudy. I personally don't like it. I can't speak for other people. I'm going to have to speak for myself and myself alone. Also, what you could have done here for the lights, you got that weird wraparound. What you could have done is 3D placed it, moved it out, rotated it a little bit, and then 2D placed it again, and it wouldn't have given you such a weird angle. 3D and then 2Ding is my new favorite thing, and I suggest you try it out at least a little bit. If only it gets enough upvotes. Oh yeah, then it also has to get upvotes, which I think it did. I think it was in the running. Hey, thanks. If I do it quickly now, we'll next week resubmit. Styling, like 3. I really don't like it. It'll make it up in the je ne sais quoi a little bit. Acceleration, pretty darn good. Like a 7-ish. Make that an 8. This is pretty good. Handling, 8. High-speed handling, not so good. Fun factor, it's pretty fun. 10, yeah. Cool factor, 8. Trackability, 8. Features, I'm guessing it's got decent features on it. What do we got here? Ah! My voice is going. We got AC, we've got a tape deck and a CD player. Yes, that is 11. Comfort, no, not really. Make that probably an 8 or a 9. No, it probably won't have radar guided cruise control. It probably wouldn't have massaging seats. What was the name of this car again? Workhorse, that's right. Apparently I didn't write it down. How much was this car? 29,300. That's very cheap. That's gonna hurt your realism score. So yeah, the features are actually probably not gonna be as good as they look. So we'll give that maybe a 7. Comfort, it's a little bit loud. Suspension is very uncomfortable. Seats look okay. Apparently you didn't know about my sun visor options. And they're very narrow. Very, very narrow. And you're encroached on by the side area. So comfort's probably going to be something more like a 4. That suspension is not great. Quality. It's American, so it's not the highest quality, but at least it won't break down a lot. So that's bad quality of feel, okay quality of product. We'll give that maybe like a... It's also very cheap, like way too cheap. We'll give that a 6. Practicality. I mean, it's a ute, but it's only a 2-seater. So it's not really going to be that practical. It's also a unibody and not a separate body, so you can put on a metallic tray if you want for any sort of other thing. Also, it's got coil springs. So it's not going to be the heaviest lifting vehicle. We'll give that like maybe a 4, because it also looked like it was okay to park. Value. Very cheap, but the resale on those is going to be very consistently high. So I'll give that like a 5, I think. Ongoing cost, the fuel usage is not going to be great, I'm guessing. The rest of it's going to be... like the occasional... Oh, that's more expensive than what I thought it was going to be, sort of thing. So we'll give that a 6. J-Beam editing, I don't believe there was any. Would I buy it? 9. Hell yes, except for the... Oh, wait, actually, that look. 6. The je ne sais quoi. I mean, I feel it's got, like, a lot of detail in there. Like, a lot of detail. except I feel it was done wrong, so we'll give that a score of 6. The realism commonality. Here in Australia, it was quite real. What year was it? 2020. So you wouldn't see that made in Australia, and probably not in the rest of the world much either, being a small ute sort of thing. Crownless 8 out of 10. Yeah, I did put a bunch of 8s in just for you. Do you know how to make 2 cars in one category to, so to speak, BeamNG? I do vaguely, but I've never done it myself because I just never wanted to, because I know that it's annoying effort. Welcome, Adra the Boy. Bad like? What? I'm so confuzzled, I don't know what you mean by that. Realism commonality. I feel it's a little bit beyond its time, but it's still quite realistic. Maybe not in America, so we'll give that like a 7. To give it a full fill score of 96, which is pretty decent. That's nothing to be sneezed at. For something that doesn't tick a lot of boxes, that does rather well. Does not look like a 2020 car. It doesn't? Kinda does to me. Like, it doesn't look right, but it does look like it could be from 2020. Like the angular lines, the big gopping front grille, the over-detailed rear end. I think that looks fairly on point, except for the fact that it just doesn't look right. But yeah, that is the last car of today. I'm going to go rest my voice now because I am actually starting to lose it a little bit, and that's going to be a problem, considering I was going to do a little bit of editing and recording tomorrow. And I'm hungry. Very, very hungry. Because this morning, I had cereal, and then for lunch, a bit of bread with Biscoff on it. That's it. I am so goddamn hungry. Jesus. So let's rush and do all of the goodbyes to everybody before you guys start bugging me for extra things. 96, that's really high, extremely satisfied. Good, okay. Reminds me of an over-designed 2012 car, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, sure. All right. See you later, E-Dragon. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, Crispy Sharma, for coming by. And welcome, Arda the Boy, to the stream. And thank you for coming by. Agrar Yuan, thank you for joining us. Flame Z, thank you very much for the channel membership there and for being around for so long. Crownless, once again, thank you very much for the channel membership. My brain is fading on me because I'm so goddamn hungry. And for hanging around for so goddamn long. You're a champ, you too. And also, I'm drawing a blank on the person that did it first. Ah! How can I forget? Oh my god. Ringu! Yes, Ringu. Thank you, Ringu. And thank you, Ringu, for coming by. Very much appreciated. I know that that's not in the rewards that you get a shout out, but I'm going to give you one anyway, specifically. All three of yous. Jumbo Jacob, thank you. Swagbucks, thank you for coming around and for hanging around for the longest time. Were you the first comment? I think you might have been. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I don't know. Broken Ursa, thank you for coming by. I think I said it's the Space Warrior, but if not, Space Warrior, thank you for coming by. Also stream as normal. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Mwah. Chris Games, even though you were misnaming cars all night long, thank you for you. Border, thank you for coming by. 140 Tame. Ryuko, thank you for coming by. I think that's far enough back. Have a good rest? Yes, thank you very much. Okay. I am going. I should probably also mention, with the